Does it say REC?
I just had,
It says REC?
yes.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's Greenwood City Council meeting on this Monday, April the 7th, 2025, at 7:02 p.m. Ms. Derry, would you call the roll for us, please?
Yes. A.C. Brown?
Here.
Ralph Baker?
Yes.
Tim Terry?
Here.
Roger Rainwater?
Here.
Steve Tedford?
Here.
And Rod Powell?
Here.
Cora?
Thank you very much. If everyone would please stand at this time, we'll begin our meeting tonight with a prayer by our very own Chief Brad Hobbs, followed with a pledge of allegiance by Jeff Turner.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for allowing us to meet together. We pray for the other side of the state as they deal with flooding and the aftermath of the tornadoes. Father, we pray for our employees, and we pray for the city council. We pray for their wisdom. We pray that you give them guidance. We ask for continued blessings over our community. Amen.
Amen. Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Before I get anywhere, I want to say what a blessing it was to come back into town. I've been out of town on a conference, which I didn't actually make, but it's a 2-hour story. I won't bore you with details. But when I got back into town, I knew it had been raining for 2 days, on 3 days. And I had asked Chief Hobbs and Chief Bryan to keep me informed of any flooding issues in homes. Because we know at City Hall, when the water rises to a certain watermark out here on this bridge, there is water in homes on the other side of town. And to my knowledge, it did not happen. I want to believe with all my heart that even though there was, and I understand the concern of what RDOT is doing across Dr. Purchas's property, that could cause some worse things than we've ever seen before. And I don't know that, I heard 11 or 12 inches, I don't know, rain, but it did not. It flowed, it made, the new bridges are wider, longer than anything, well, there's never been bridges out there before. So the RDOT was taking care of some cleaning out that we could not do. Corps said no, but RDOT got in there and did it because they're building bridges and a highway. And I was pleasantly surprised. I went directly, when I got home, I got my truck and went over to what normally floods, and it was not flooded whatsoever. So if anybody did get flooded, I apologize for not being aware of it. But I'm just thankful that things worked out as they did, because that was a lot of rain in a pretty short period of time. So I haven't called RDOT to thank him yet. I don't want to get that brazen, but I think I do know 96 and 10, it looked like it was flooding, and indeed it was, because there was a pipe that they had clogged up on the other side working on the bridge. So not RDOT, but the company that's working. Forrester and Hunter made contact with them. They went immediately out there and unplugged that culvert. Problem solved. So just nice to see a rain like that, and us not have folks in harm's way with floods. So appreciate that from the dear Lord. I think took care of us on that deal. So we'll move right into our meeting. I would ask the council's consideration of approval of the minutes for the March 3rd, 2025 regular city council meeting.
Make a motion.
Second.
A motion and a second.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Meeker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. Tedford?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Thank you. Thank you very much. At this time, we have two bid openings. Mr. Jeremy Shores here from Hawkins and Weir, and we have, I'll let him take over and tell us what they are and who they are.
The first bid opening is for improved water system improvements required to make the connection to the existing James Ford system and convert that over to Greenwood water distribution system over on Hillcrest and Rockside Drive and over by the curve. The first bid that we're opening tonight is from Goodwin. Their bid is accompanied by a bid bond from Brown Miller Clark in the amount of 5% of the bid. They acknowledge receipt of addendum number 1. And they have submitted a total bid price of $217,425.00. $217,425.00. The second bid is from Steep Creek Construction. It's accompanied by a bid bond in the amount of 5% of the bid from National American Insurance Company. They have acknowledged receipt of addendum number 1. And they've submitted a total bid price of $192,234.32. $192,234.32. Last bid is from Royal Ridge Construction. They've submitted a bid bond in the amount of 5% of the bid from Cincinnati Insurance Company. They've acknowledged receipt of addendum number 1. And they've submitted a total bid price of $252,521.00. $252,521.00. We'll take these bids and prepare certified bid tabulations and make a recommendation to the city just to make sure there aren't any errors in their calculations and total bid price.
Sir?
I don't know if you want to, if there's any action that needs to be taken on that before I open the
I don't
next.
think so.
Can't be always
In
just
the
a
past, we
vote.
normally have made a motion to
To accept the
accept
bids.
the lowest responsible.
Responsible with his, yeah, I'm sorry,
You have
so
to
that,
accept the apparent lowest responsibility pending city attorney's
city,
blessing.
so, somebody make that motion.
I'll make that
Make that motion.
I second
We have a second?
Brown,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Terry.
Yes.
Springwater.
Yes.
Mr. Shepherd. Mr. Powell.
it. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you for reminding me.
The next bid opening is for drainage and retaining wall improvements over on Spruce Street. There's a existing retaining wall that was constructed out of old railroad ties that's failed, and there's also some concrete line ditch paving that's being uprooted by some fairly large trees back there. So this project is to replace that old timber retaining wall with a mass gravity, one of those large block retaining walls, and to repair that concrete ditch paving in those backyards.
You said it was a large tree, but it's going to be possible with those tree removals too, or?
Yes, sir, it includes, there's two approximately 24-inch sycamores that have kind of grown up next to that, and then there's a couple more that are around 8 to 12 inches or so in diameter. So those trees will come out.
Which is kind of holding things in place as we speak. Good thing they're there, but
Yes.
unfortunate, but.
The first bid is from Royal Ridge Construction. It's accompanied by a bid bond from the Cincinnati Insurance Company in the amount of 5% of the bid. They've submitted a total bid price of $389,409.00. $389,409.00.
Is there an addendum to this?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry, they've acknowledged receipt of addendum number 1 and 2. I apologize, I didn't mention that. The second bid is from Steve Bean Construction. I apologize for fumbling around.
Oh, it's not by the alley. Sorry.
They have submitted a bid bond from Employers Mutual Casualty Company in the amount of 5% of the bid. They've acknowledged receipts of addendum number 1 and number 2. And they've submitted a total contract price of $245,602.01. $245,602.01. The next bid is from Goodwin and Goodwin. It's accompanied by a bid bond from Brown Miller Clark in the amount of 5% of the bid. They've acknowledged receipt of addendum number 1 and addendum number 2. And they've submitted a total bid price of $310,400.00. $310,400.00. And the last bid is from Steep Creek Construction. It's accompanied by a bid bond from National American Insurance Company in the amount of 5% of the bid. They've acknowledged receipt of addendum number 1 and addendum number 2. And they've submitted a total bid price of $467,092.58. $467,092.58. Again, we'll go back and prepare our certified bid tabulation, make sure all these numbers are correct, and we'll put those back and make our recommendation.
Was Steep Creek not included in that?
Cove Creek was not included. Cove Creek they were landholders, they,
Oh, so Steep
They
was
did.
just now opened, okay, sorry.
yes.
Got it.
I make a motion, we accept the apparent lowest bidder pending city attorney approval.
Second.
Motion and a second.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Meeker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. Shepherd? Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen, thank you very much. Jeremy, did you want to, I don't know if you had, you guys already opened on March the 12th. You want to address that or just announce it, or they have it in their packet? It's on the bypass and utility relocation.
Yes, we opened bids. I don't have the contract numbers in front of me, but
I've
we
got it.
opened bids on that project. Goodwin and Goodwin was the low bidder on that project, and we've submitted the bid tab to RDOT. And so RDOT is working on their change order to address
That's been
the
served.
changes in the contract price versus what the estimations were, and then that contract will come back to the city, and then we can issue a notice to proceed on that project.
So you certified that it's RDOT's hands and they're taking care of
Yes,
what
sir.
they need to do. Okay. Just to make council aware.
I apologize, I should
No,
have
no.
been prepared to address that.
No, you're fine. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy. Mr. Short.
One little detail, Rod, your motion was pending the city attorney's approval, but I don't know if Jeremy usually does that. I don't know if anybody, because they usually don't, do they?
Jeremy, you don't need Mr. Plummer's approval, right? It's just you guys a fair fine. I want to
Because that,
miss
I
the
guess
one.
that's up to you guys as far as, typically, we certify
Always,
bids.
always worried about bonding, because we've been caught where
Okay.
bonding wasn't good, wasn't there, whatever,
So
so
we'll just leave it as it is then.
if Travis is
You're okay
happy,
with
if Travis says it's all good, then it's good.
Okay.
And then we ask him when everything goes down, we're saying, Travis, you looked at it. You have the legal mind, we don't.
Okay.
Was it a good bond or not?
We
So they're
we
gonna-
verify them, but
They verify them, Rod.
Right.
We've had some trouble passing with other engineering firms, but that's what we pay them the big bucks for, to verify the bond.
I'd be happy to share those with you. We have a whole process. We make sure that they're licensed to do business in the state. The power of attorneys, all of those are licensed or I guess.
I bet the city attorney's happy with that.
Well,
just want to make
So
sure
we're
that
happy
that
to
was recognized, that's not typical.
You want to leave the motion as it is? or
I
you
want to leave my motion as it is.
Okay.
Travis can give him the thumbs up now.
Well, he did, but I didn't know if that
There you
was.
go.
I concur with Rod, though, and we have been, just taken or, fooled in the past by, really, just a need to move on.
Branson Harris.
No names mentioned, but,
Yeah.
Hey, if Travis is happy,
well, we'll leave the motion as it is, that way, and they'll, because they're gonna contact each other. I think that's a good fallback.
That used to be the standard protocol. We did those bid openings all these years. We've always
Okay.
asked him.
He's gonna do it right now, they're gonna power out right now.
he's going to give him thumbs up.
I think
right
he's
now.
giving him a card, I think, maybe. Okay, so motion is, and you vote, do we vote?
Yeah.
So, we're good there, we'll leave it as it is. Recognitions and acknowledgements. I asked all department heads today if we could move anybody that had won, we're a town of champions, right? And I don't know if there's anything new, Mr. Terry, or you, Councilman Terry, are you aware? If we had a Tiddlywinks team, they would be state champion.
Get a $5 scratch off.
I did get a text
Testing 1, 2.
that the robotics team is going to Worlds,
Really?
wherever that's at.
Where the world robotic, that's awesome. Good. We'll follow that. We'll find that. That and the scratch off thing, that's probably just,
Neck and neck.
neck
Neck and neck.
and neck, yes. Okay, now I don't even know what to say. So, good way to go Greenwood for all things that you did. I will say this, I'll acknowledge that Tanya Talkington survived her first department head meeting. I want to, kudos to you, ma'am. We stole her from Ozark, and I know Mayor Ruxley over there very well, and I asked her today, I said, tell me we're much more organized, and she lied to me. She said, yeah, you guys are doing great, so appreciate that. We broke her in this morning, so she did good. And she showed up tonight, so that's a good thing. All right, moving on, committee reports. I know I saw an email late in the day from Charlotte, Ms. Derry, about some of those reports, so you should have them on your tablet. If you do not, as always, let me know, let Danielle know, and we'll get you whatever you may be missing. I don't know that anybody's here from any commission. Joel's retired.
Teresa's running.
Nobody told him, he just keeps coming. Thanks for coming. Teresa's here from Water and Wastewater. So, Teresa, do you have anything you want to?
Well, I'm just going to introduce our new director.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I kind of stole half your thunder. I'm sorry.
Just like to introduce Tanya Talkington from Ozark, actually she's from Charleston. She's
Yep.
our new wastewater director, and we have
Yeah.
just thrown her there right into the fire, I guess. She's got lots of stuff going.
Welcome. I met her in the lobby a couple of weeks ago before she accepted. She wanted to look around, and I said, condolences or congratulations, depending on how things go for you. So thank you for being here. She did miss my speech, but not holding that against her too long.
You say that.
It's okay. Yeah, I know. I keep mentioning it.
Yeah.
Keep mentioning it. Anybody got a question or reports or anything that you need to? Okay. Citizen forum. We have a couple of citizens signed up this evening. Mr. Tom Ransom is first on the list. Sir, if you would come up, give us your name and address for the record, and then you've got 5 minutes, as they say.
Tom Ransom, 1200 Excelsior Road, and I'm here to talk about the Greenwood TNR. Just wanted to follow up. We've given you some information, and see if you had a chance to look at it and had any questions on it. If you'd like to discuss anything in more detail, we'd be happy to set up a meeting with our group. One point we'd like to clarify is the use of the word owner in relation to community cats. It has come up as a concern since TNR caretakers don't actually have ownership over the cats. They're simply helping manage the population humanely. We love to work together to find wording that makes sense legally and practically. Also, we have names and phone numbers of people that our group spoke to in Fayetteville and Clarksville about their TNR programs. We would be happy to share those if it would be helpful. Lastly, could you let us know what the process is for getting a TNR section officially added to the city's animal ordinance? We want to make sure we're following the appropriate steps and providing anything you may need along the way. Thanks again for taking the time to consider this. We look forward to working together in the future.
I appreciate you, and before council has a chance, I'm going to say what I very much appreciate you being patient with us. It takes a while to get everybody together or the right people together. I would encourage, and I think Mr. Plummer and I talked about this maybe a little bit with your wife too. Let's, with his permission and timing, let's set up a meeting for us, the two of us, and then you and your wife, whoever wants to come, Ms. Seifert probably, or not, whatever you want to do. I'm picking on Kara.
Lori was planning to be here tonight, but she got busy working cats.
I got you. So let's do that to get started. I don't want it to take forever. I know you guys have important work to do, and I appreciate what you're doing. I really do. So let's get together, talk about it, and then we'll bring back what we have to council for their further discussion or questions. I know the ordinance is something that I know you're looking forward to tweaking. So that's something we can't just.
Oh, we'd like we'd like to know that we're doing something right.
Yeah, and that's what I appreciate, that you're wanting to be legal.
Yeah, we want to keep everything above
That's
board.
important. So if you would, you or Ms. Ransom call Danielle. Danielle will then get in touch with Mr. Plummer, and we'll set a date for a meeting, afternoon, morning, whatever you guys want to do.
Very good.
All right, thank you, sir.
Tom, how's
Council?
Yes.
How's your success right now? Are you, TNR, is it up or down or?
Well, we've only been doing it for a few months, so I guess we don't have much of a track record, but so far it seems to be pretty successful. We've managed to keep ourselves funded with donations and working with both the Northwest Arkansas group and Kitties and Canines, we've been able to sterilize a number of cats and basically prevent new litters coming into town.
I guess if you're successful, it's going down.
That's the ideal thing, yes.
You're hunting that elusive tomcat out there that's impregnating everybody.
Yep. Try to get them out of,
Commission,
get them out of commission where they just live out their lives,
so to speak.
not create more problems for the community.
Well, great thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Did she give you a number or something?
Yes, she did.
Okay, perfect. I'm a little reluctant for the next citizen, to be honest with you. Mr. Steve Tedford? Sure. I gotta give you a hard time.
Not a problem.
Name and address, sir. And you have a minute.
I am citizen Steve Tedford, 1318 West Ridge in Greenwood. So years ago, we stopped a duplex from being built on the corner of Webster and Denver because we were at the maximum on our sewer capacity. They allowed him to build not a duplex, but a single-family residence, and we enforced that. Okay. For decades, literally decades, I have come to you all in various administrations asking for some relief on Webster Oaks. I came as a citizen. I was lied to by an administration. I was ignored by others. And who on this council does not know about the issues there? You don't know about the issues on Webster Oaks? Okay. So that's one person here. There are likely people out here, and Sue McGee came up here. She has a yard full of silt right now, a yard full of silt. I saw her lawn the next morning with a literal waterfall coming out of her backyard into the neighbor's yard who couldn't open his gate because of the silt that was in the gate. The next neighbor had silt in their yard. The next neighbor had silt. And Joel Goldstein, the very last house on the south side, now has silt, and he has clogged French drains because of the silt. I have clogged drains because of the silt. So we've made me mad for decades, and now you've got the south side all mad. Okay, we've got a master street plan. Webster, is a collector. A collector street gathers, and you know the classification, Hunter. You should know the classification on all these street people should as well. We're not built to collector standards. It is joining an arterial and a highway, and we have volumes of traffic. Years ago, I told one administration, this is a collector. If we do it to collector status. We built two sides on each road and left everything as is. For decades, we've had an oversized tile that dumps water on Webster Oaks, rain after rain after rain. If I hear one person say generational rain, they're not talking about Webster Oaks, where anything over an inch can be a generational rain. Okay, so I came in and I ran it on the 1st of July. The water study on the house that caused the problems did not do their water study. It was stamped August 5th. So I precipitated that, which means, does the little guy get any relief, or do you have to get on the council to finally get someone's attention? The water study should have been before the pad was created, before the foundation for the garage was built. We are not doing those things, and we, the citizens, are paying for that. There's a lady on Damascus who's calling us wanting to improve that road. But what did we do when they were building new houses up on the top of Damascus? And what were they thinking when they built a house on a road that looked like that and was built like that? We can't come in behind the developers and pick up the pieces after they dropped the ball. There's supposed to be a ditch now going to this pond. I haven't seen all of it, I just got the water study. Hunter, what is the ditch? Is it going to be just a grass ditch?
On that study, I'd have to look at it, to be honest.
Okay, so here's the point. If it's got to be a grass ditch, who's going to be out there maintaining it like the ditches that we're already maintaining? If it's not a concrete ditch, it's not going to last the test of time. And we're going to be out there maintaining it. That costs us more money. And it wasn't in place, and all the water, they got a beautiful wall up there, whatever you call it, wall. And they've got a literal waterfall, a cannon of water coming off of that, goes into a thicket and straight into Sue McGee, and I can't remember Justin's last name, his yard. And I've got a video, I've got all this video to show you the damages and the issues that were going on that day. This should never have been done without the proper inspections in place. And I don't, anybody can tell me why something was done or why they didn't do it at a certain time, but you do the study and you put in the improvements before you start building. Okay, so now we've got the water going into a ditch, and it's supposed to drain at a pre-development rate. But do we know if that ditch, did the study include the ditch and the size of the ditch? Because it's at capacity right now. If we had more rain, it likely would have gone over. I don't know all the details, because I'm not an engineer. But I'm just saying, do we look downstream at Denver? What's happening to Denver because of what they're doing up there? We don't know, because we don't have any kind of water plan in place right now. Right around the back of that, we've got a driveway. We've got homes that are being built on just a dirt road up here, and we don't even know the classification of it. Is it a road? Is it a driveway? Is it a private drive? I'm fine with all those things as long as people know that when they're building on these things, their developer is supposed to be watching out for them. Not just us. Our job as the city, every single person here, is to protect our citizens first. Then we start looking at the people for whom the development is supposed to help. In other words, the people who are going to live in this or work in this, are they being protected by the plan? And then lastly, is the developer going to make money? And if he doesn't make money and he decides not to build and we say we're not going to get that tax base, at least it prevents us from having to come back 10 years later and spend $245,000 to rebuild a wall or to complete a drainage system that was never put in place, or to put in a road that people have been building on that no one ever developed the road for. So, I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm up to here, and I think you can tell that right now. The city's dealing with a lot of consequences. We have to look at every lot in every development and ask every question and have every engineer tell us, yes, that is right. You got my seal, this is going to work. And I think that's really all I've got for you. I'm just thinking that we've got so many places in the city, I would be willing to say, let's pass a moratorium on any new construction until we get our ship straightened up. Now, I know I probably don't have the votes, and I probably wouldn't even vote for it myself. I'm just telling you that we have got to stop the leaks because it's costing us too much money. We had a change order over by the hospital, and we had GIS mapping that showed where every one of those sewer manholes is. They would not have missed it, but we didn't give that to them, or we may not even know where it is. I just don't know. I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying, certainly I am. I probably made half of those mistakes myself as planning director. And thank God for people like Carl Hines and Ken Eglensdorfer who came in and helped me as much as they did. I owe a big debt of gratitude to those people who helped me because I knew nothing. And we've got to get our ordinances in place that help us protect our people so that we're not coming back and not protecting them and then asking them to pay for something that should have been developed in the first place.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Mr. Tedford. I appreciate your passion, I get it, I understand, I know where you're coming from. I was here with you as you served as the planning director and then in finance, so in a different capacity too. We can all, I think everybody here can admit to mistakes. And we constantly, all of us pay for our forefathers' mess ups, if you will. And that's all over town. And I'm not taking anything away from your issue. I totally agree with you. My only question for you is, and I know maybe you have some, I know you talked to Hunter and Mr. Bell a little bit, but I would encourage you as a former planning director to certainly, and maybe you have, but if you haven't, go back to that office when those guys are here, or in my office in the conference room, and let's talk about this. The council needs to know what you're saying.
I have come to you.
Absolutely.
I have come to Hunter.
Right.
I have been told at various times that, well, we can take out your tree.
Okay, so I want to address that when you get through.
Go ahead.
So you were saying that certain administrations lied to you. That's fine. Certain administrations ignored you, or certain people. I don't know where I fall in that category, but we did supply. Now, I'm not talking about necessarily the runoff on the new houses, because that was prior to this. That discussion about the trees was prior to that building, correct? That was just normal runoff that we were trying to address for you and your neighbors. And we did absolutely come in and we talked, I mean, I'll let Hunter expound on this a little bit. We didn't ignore that. We may not came up with the answer that you needed as a citizen, but we certainly addressed it. And one of the options was to move your fence along with all of your neighbors.
And I told you in the council meeting, I'm open to that.
Well, you weren't at the time. Hunter's here to vouch for that. He's shaking his head. You were absolutely not wanting to hear that. You told us so.
No, I've heard that from everyone. So I said in the council meeting, I'm giving y'all, go ahead, take down the tree.
Well,
I did in the council meeting.
so I think the idea that, and they don't know maybe details, and maybe they do, and certainly probably the citizens, all the citizens don't know. If I'm wrong, just throw something at me, Hunter, to do what I think is needed behind you and other people's property is to take your privacy fences down, move them in off of a new easement, a right easement, take the trees out, which belong to Walter's Law, I believe, it's on their property, which that won't be an easy task, but it could be something we could pursue, and dig a whole new ditch, and let's get that water off of you guys and down into, which we would have to ask permission to build a retention pond somewhere back there to put this water in. That was a plan, and it met with very strong resistance at that time. You may have said again later, let's do it. So, and we still can pursue that, which will cost some engineering. You're correct. We can't just go in there and do it. I can't send the street department over there to start removing trees without an engineer telling me this. To your point, it's going to work and it's the right thing to do.
Okay.
So I'm all
So in
for
the
it.
meantime, then, why don't we go ahead and, I took a video all the way up that road to that house.
Sure.
It's nothing but silt all along there.
And that's,
And there's no silt fencing, not a stretch. There was at one point in time, but they removed it and didn't put it back.
okay.
And the builder of the house, Brett Guy, took me up to show me the mining, and on that mining site, there's not a single silt fence up there.
Yeah, I'm not condoning any of that on the hill. I don't know. The planning department may or may not be in good standing with that project.
Well,
That doesn't sound like maybe we are. Sonny's not here to defend himself tonight, but
all I'm saying,
I want you to know that we're looking at all those possibilities. And if back to the ditch, if that's something that, and I hate that. I don't like that idea at all, because you're going to lose a lot of your yard.
and I don't think you have to do it. I don't believe you have to.
Okay.
I believe there are probably other, and I talked to you about going in and putting a swell to the west of the Walters property, which would probably carry all that water out. We talked about maybe coming up a little bit up on that property and making something that takes the water out to Denver and Tinsburg. And there's not been any talk about that. I've been told that there was engineering, but the engineering relates to the original plat, which has changed completely since then. All the whole ballgame has changed.
If you go back, and it doesn't do any good, but I'll just say, if you go back in time, there's a lot of us, and I'll just throw myself in the middle of it. I'm not an engineer, and I wasn't there at the time, but there's a lot of folks that knew about what was going on and didn't pursue the right way. So that doesn't help your situation. I want to fix that. I want to fix it for you. I want to fix it for your neighbors, for Mr. Goldstein, and anybody else it affects down there. So you're right. We talked on the phone several times, but I think it's the four of us have never sat down together. I would like that, please. I think, and I'm not talking about a meeting for a meeting for a meeting, but until we can all talk about it and discuss it in person. I know Sonny gets a call from you, then I get one, and Hunter does. So I think it's important that we sit down and come up with a solution of some sort.
And just
And I'm not trying to put that off. I'm not.
You and Sonny and I think, I don't know if Hunter was there or if
We've had
the
one.
street department, we all went up there to the industry and we looked at that area.
Yep.
And I remember asking you, I want emails, I want any communication to prove that we are making progress.
We do.
I just want to make sure we're not paying for someone else's mistakes from this point on. And that means we got to cross every T, dot every I on these plans for development.
I agree.
Because we can't continue as citizens to pay for the things that we miss.
The project on Spruce Street, the low bid is $310,000. Am I right? $245,600. That's $245 that we should not be spending because the developer, I don't care who the developer was now, it doesn't matter.
I can tell you the developer.
Well, it doesn't matter though.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't. No,
It
not for
matters
this.
when they sit on the planning commission. It
But
matters
my
when
point
there's
is- my
things
point
going
is
that's
this.
done correctly,
Rod, that wasn't Reagan.
Yeah, thank you.
or bash them.
So if you know who it was and you're willing to tell,
That was Rocky Walker.
No, before them.
That's it. You've got them all. That's all of them.
Clements and Basham came in, they just built out the top two streets.
They waited till phase, there wasn't a phasing.
Here's
First
my-
part of it was done, comps went up, he did Rocky Walker did quality houses, did a quality neighborhood, it drained, he had retention ponds and everything. Then some people that haven't been on the planning commission see that comps are up, they go in, put in Spruce Street, and then they sneak in another street where we don't have any water pressure, and we can't fight a fire, and we have fought a fire up there. And all that was pushed in. That shouldn't happen.
Can I ask a
That
question?
happened at the cost, and now the citizens of Greenwood are paying $250,000 to go fix.
245,602 to your point.
245,602 to fix a shortcut.
That's what I said. I brought that up myself.
I know.
But the name is not important at the moment because we're not going to sue some developer
It,
10, 20 years later.
no, but.
If
but
he wants to do,
Steve's-
if they want to do something else, then we obviously will look very closely. I would also say, to your point, somebody, I don't know who, but somebody, some of us, not myself, was sitting on this council when that happened. And the commission usually can't do anything without the council's blessing.
The council's limited, and the council did put a moratorium on that whole neighborhood.
Anyway, it happened. The point is, it happened. My whole point was your point. We have now to pay for it. So we ought to stop, we ought to fix it.
But at the root of the problem, when we go down to the root of the problem, it's what Steve's talking about. It's lack of planning. It's lack of quality planning.
I don't disagree, but Mr. Tedford, and I'm not going to say what I want to say.
Well,
He was the planner.
I was the planner.
So
And
what
I
good does that do?
put together the subdivision regulations with all of the street department, but we have gaps that we aren't able to address with ours, and we need to look at it again.
I agree. I can't agree more. But to name names and throw that, to me, that doesn't help anything.
You know, I'm just saying.
And if you have a personal vendetta against somebody,
Yeah,
Mr. Powell.
and that's fine.
it needs to be personal, not council.
We just got a very bad situation.
It needs to be coming from you, not council.
Okay.
Mr. Clemens serves.
I'm through.
I know that, on the planning bill, I think, didn't we do Webster Street twice? I mean, you know, we did it once, and we didn't redo it again, and still didn't get it to collector status.
It's just that,
I'm not all that interested.
my point is, It's proper planning. And planning costs us. It doesn't cost us immediately, but lack of good quality planning costs us in the long run.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
You know, people, we're
Did you have something?
We're all capitalists. I'm a capitalist. I make money off of exploiting a situation. And if you let me exploit a situation that's unregulated, I will, and everybody else will too. Actually, I think my morality prevents me from going too far, but not every capitalist does.
But you admit to exploiting the situation.
Sure.
I don't-
You go home in the spring on your garage door breaks and you go, your wife says, don't touch it. I know you've touched other things and it didn't work. Call somebody. And you call me. I've exploited that situation where you lack skills and your wife's scared of what your skill set is.
You nailed me. You tagged me, absolutely. Correct.
I exploit that.
Everybody that knows me, raise your hand. I have no skills.
But I do not exploit you into the way where I'm a predatory guy, where I come in there and it costs you $1,000, which could have cost you $200, just because
I appreciate
you
that. I appreciate that.
But builders are the same way.
I get it.
Developers is what I'm talking about. They're the same way. If you do not put any regulations, they're going to take advantage
Oh,
of it.
I am not anti-regulation. I'm not anti anything Mr. Tedford said. I just think the timing and the way the place to do it is, it ought to be all about the planning. You're right.
Steve-
Go to the planning department. Get an answer.
Since Steve was planning director at the time, he corrected me on
Did
some
he
of the
just
names.
whisper
I didn't go. I had the names wrong. So
Hunter corrected me.
Hunter
I'm
corrected
just,
Steve.
I'm just.
As far as the developers, that's the problem with names, because
My point
we just
is,
mentioned some people that had nothing to do with
you know,
Right.
developers are doing what they're born to do.
I get it.
They're going to take advantage of situations.
I get it.
We need to have proper planning and a good planning department and prevent that from happening to where we're not looking at this and $250,000 for the citizens of Greenwood to subsidize their problems that they left us.
Couldn't agree more.
And $250,000 will go a long way. And this is one small problem of what we've got out there.
So you know, so this council knows, and I know typically I don't think you believe me as a whole. Whether it's Mr. Bell, whether it's Hunter Michaels, who is educating himself on a daily basis, and I think you know this, I think you see this about Hunter, and those guys, I'm not making this up, those guys work hard on a daily basis to try to get things regulated. Do they miss some things? Absolutely. I do, Mr. Tedford did back in the day, the council did and does. It's called human nature. You hate it because it's expensive at $245,000, $602. But they are not sitting back there doing nothing and ignoring rules. I know it seems like it.
You know, and I want to express to Hunter and Sonny's a good friend of mine. I'm very absolutely frustrated. And I'm letting that out tonight.
I got you.
I think there were some things that could have been done differently that would have avoided where we are now, but I think they're doing a great job. And I had good conversations with Hunter. We discussed a lot of different things. But we have to be, you know, we're to the point where not only are we talking about trying to make sure we don't service areas that don't pay us in return for service, we certainly can't. We just got to be like hawks.
Yeah, you don't want to, we don't want to ignore that hilltop over there. I mean, absolutely. I will tell, I'll vouch for you. He's been up there a lot to investigate. I've been up there. I don't know what I'm looking at half the time, but I try to go with Hunter when I can, and then he tells me what we're looking at and what shouldn't be, and then they pursue it. Sometimes it's after the fact, unfortunately. I will tell, as far as silt goes, and by the way, if you didn't have silt in your yard after this week, this last 4 days, I don't know where you live, but good for you.
I'm sorry, but that's silt fences.
No, I get it, but my point is this. That road may or may not should be there, that driveway, whatever, and you had some silt, and I'm not playing it down, Mr. Tedford.
They don't call it some silt. It's a mess.
You know,
There's another mess I want to describe to you. The reason I'm trying to use it as an example. The new road going into Bell Park created a horrendous amount of silt down on the neighbors across Main Street. Could it have been prevented? Not with the road being built. There were silt fences. A silt fence is about as good as it works a little bit. Let's admit it. It's not a dam. Are you watching the ball game? No. So the people that live on Main Street had every right, as you do, to talk to us about it. I'm shocked I wasn't inundated this morning with those folks. They got a lot, and I get it. It is a lot. I happen to live on a little bit of a hill, so I don't worry about it. I live on a rock, so. But it's all over. We're trying to control it as best we can. There are contractors with contracts, even, I'll say, on the project I'm talking about, who I've not been happy with, not satisfied, because it's taking forever. And if I was a house on Main Street with a bulldozer sitting in my yard for as long as it's been sitting there, I'd be yelling at the top of my lungs to City Hall. So, and I'm not trying to belittle your silt. I didn't put a number on it. A lot of silt, a whole lot of silt. So, but I just want you to understand that in case you're getting the impression that we don't care or we're turning the other way, that's not the case. Do we not look close enough when we should? I'd say probably so. I'd say that.
Well, just consider decades-old problem, and you add to the problem, and there's not silt fencing, there's not anything. That was a disaster waiting to happen. I mentioned it on July 1st. The water study comes before they put down pads.
I'll let you.
Because you got a decades-old problem, and anything that adds to it is like saying, go ahead and build that duplex instead of the single-family home, even though we're at max on our sewer system. You know there's a problem. You can't add to the problem.
Say that again. Build what?
The guy on the corner that wanted to build a duplex, and the sewer department said, we are at capacity. He can put in a single family, but not a duplex.
Which we did, is that what you're saying? We
I'm just saying that we knew that there's an enormous problem there. And you can't do anything until you've made absolutely sure that nothing's going to happen that's negative. And
it's a full-time job.
We didn't have the study before they started building, before they had built the road. They had no drainage in place.
So what you're calling a water study, if I may, because I'm not pretending to know what these guys know, because that's technically not my job. It's their job to know and then for me to understand it. A water study, are you talking about a drainage study? What we refer to as a drainage study?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought maybe there was something new that we're not doing.
No.
So a basic drainage study.
But it's one of these things where, I mean, let's go ahead and be intellectually honest. I threw a tirade in the meeting, and then the water study was done because I was angry.
Drainage study.
Drainage study. Drainage study water. So in all honesty, that's what happened. That's what precipitated it. It shouldn't have precipitated it. It should have preceded.
I think we get that point.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I think I want to,
Go ahead.
I think we should add to that, because just looking up there at the Maple Heights or whatever, it's one thing when it's when they're cutting in the road, and you have a silt issue. But I said, once it becomes paved, and there's not, just like what happened to the Ware family, all of a sudden there's nothing stopping that water coming down, like Maple Ridge, and it's just coming down there full blast, and it comes across the street. I think there needs to be something to think about on this. Like you said, the road up to the splash pad. If right now it's bringing water down, into Main Street, well, we get a hard rain when it's all paved. It's going to be coming down there. Where's it going to go when when it hits Main Street? Is it going to splash over and go into the people's yard next door? I think you need to look at
That's what
the impact of, once it's paved too. And I'm thinking of, what is it, do we have any kind of silt rule that if, to me, a silt is a temporary fence. And, if a contractor, says there's impending rain, it seems like they should put something across the gravel road, you know, to try to hold that silt temporarily. Then they can take the silt down when they, you know, when the rain stops and stuff, you know. But I think, is there anything like that in there?
Fox Run is not complete yet.
I understand, but I'm
Once
saying
that
around the
road,
road,
once that road is complete, all the drainage should be fully functional.
So, yeah,
no,
Angela-
not just on the sides, but when it comes down, all that water comes down East Main Street, where's it go? You know?
It's supposed to collect in the gutters.
Yeah, it's
The
engineered
road
for
is, the
roadside.
road is engineered as to put that water on the side. You will never stop every runoff from a downhill street. You can't, but as it's that's what the engineers are for, is to build this road like this. You can't see it so much.
Straight down.
And then you have these drop inlets and all this stuff to handle that. So to answer your question, there'll always be in some water running down, but it shouldn't destroy or shouldn't ruin a yard.
I just want to
The
take.
best we
that
can do is hire an engineer to tell us.
To plug in the drainage study that I had proposed at the beginning of the year, this is part of the issue that I would like to solve with that study, if we could look at funding that, if available.
It was 75.
I think 72, 73, something like that. I think I had a $77,000 placeholder. I would like to explore maybe a different engineering firm due to some other complications, but that's something I would like to pursue.
The ones we've been using for the 20 years I've stood up here haven't done a very good job. You can go to Forest Hills, silt problems, runoff, dirt in the bottom, Maple Ridge, Denver, across Denver down to the dude in Grandview, then out here at Tedford's problem all these years. I mean, if there's a hill involved, we don't have an engineer that has a clue about downhill.
The problem with a lot of these individual site engineering plans is they're only taking into account what's there, and I'm trying to do something comprehensive that takes into account all of it.
So if there's any good news at all, I would like to throw this out there. There's a little bit of good news, which 10 years from now, 20 years from now, I hope and pray that none of whoever's sitting here does not have to deal with issues in regard to East Village. We cross.
It's flat.
It is flat, but I can guarantee you, there's other places that's flat. If you don't do the drainage right, it doesn't matter. You don't have the downhill, but you've got some issues. And we did I feel like these guys and everybody involved with that project has done an excellent job in preventing that from happening. If I said anything every single month, it was that. And I think, but you're right, there's no hills out there, but if you didn't pay attention to what you're doing, to your point, 20 years from now, somebody's gonna go, here we go again, and then it'll be $1 million.
Just know,
$245,000.
on the ditch in that water study, if that's not a tile, or if it's not concrete, it will not stand the test of time, and we will be maintaining a ditch.
The only ditch I saw, I looked at the plans while ago real briefly, was a diversion ditch that was above, you got us to the site, didn't you? Said he did the retaining wall that's back there. A few yards behind that uphill, there's supposed to be a diversion ditch that runs north-south and then diverts the water. And I think that's more of a bar, built-up bar than an actual maintainable ditch. It's just supposed to be a water bar that directs the water away.
And is that diversion there?
As far as I know, that was supposed to go in with the retaining wall, but I've not been up there to verify that.
He said that because of the rains, they postponed that, and, you know.
Works better if they put it in before the rain.
Obviously.
Above that, what all's going on? When I got on the ADEQ website, Steve's a neighbor of mine, nobody knows, and I sympathize with him. And I had silt in my yard, my gates wouldn't open, fences are now below grade about 6 inches, and I went down, cleaned the street because the whole street was silted in. Because I'd rather just clean it than listen to my neighbors complain about it. I just cleaned it and we're done with it. But above it, on the ADEQ website, it gives me a definition of a mine. We have an active mine in Greenwood.
They have an active mining permit.
And that
Surface mine.
Is there a reclamation plan? There's no silt fencing around it. A lot of what was going on was coming from that project, and the unfortunate Steve's looking at the guy that's building this house there. Unfortunately, he's got pressure coming from something else
Yeah.
that's not being regulated. And I don't understand what is going on up there. Do we have a reclamation plan? 'Cause what's it gonna end up looking like?
We passed an ordinance a long time ago that told them they had to have a reclamation plan that was updated every 6 months when they took out the first quarter of the hill, because they didn't want another Floyd Brown looking strip pit deal. That's what we talked
Oh,
about.
this is way beyond Fort Brown.
I know that now, but that's why we passed all that. There's ordinances in place where they have to come and submit stuff every 6 months or a year. I know it's on the books. And
We've got
to
it.
show us what it's to look like when they get done, finally, they're gonna reclaim it, like you said, and make it all pretty and add trees. And I mean, obviously, they're not done mining
It's
yet.
a grading plan
Right.
in the erosion control standards
Yep.
ordinance.
And all that was sufficiently bonded.
Yes, so the state required, because that was a state mining permit, surface mining permit, they had to have a bond. I don't remember the price, but it way outweighed the bond that was required by our ordinance. It didn't state a process of how to actually associate a fee for that bond, and the state mining website did. Ours was like $1,000, or I think it was a $100,000 bond, and the state's was over $1 million.
But how deep can you go and still be considered surface mining?
I don't know. I don't regulate any of that. I've called them several times, I'll say openly, and there is one inspector in the entire state for the surface mining program. I have had better luck getting a hold of the water runoff department with ADEQ, DEQ, and I've had them out, I think, on 2 or 3 separate occasions trying to control the water runoff.
I know they're kind of, behind Davis's gym, you can almost see the
Cascading.
the boom or whatever, because it's deep enough there that you can't see it from the streets, that they're digging a hole and stuff, so I'm saying it's like going beyond surface, mining to me.
Well, Hunter, I apologize to you on the development over there. Steve corrected me.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're.
But I'm upset that we're gonna pay $250,000 to fix a problem. My neighbors in my neighborhood, if I go in there and say, you're gonna pay to fix another water problem on the other side of town, I don't wanna subsidize a bunch of developers doing shortcuts. Y'all need to do a better job of holding your thumb on them, making sure they don't take shortcuts and do what they're supposed to do.
And that means ask the hard questions, ask them twice. And if you have any doubt, just know that you have a council that backs you. And I'll criticize, but I will also support. And I'm just trying to be fair, but man, I'm behind you guys. Make sure
We
you
appreciate
stand up
that
to it.
100%. What we need to do, if having an engineering water runoff plan, stormwater runoff plan done on the front end is what you want, we need to put that in ordinance. Because there is not anything, so I have that language for, in subdivision regulations. It is nowhere to be found for just a single family house being built. It's not part of the subdivision.
And that's why there are some gaps. We may need to look at our subdivision regulations and our building regulations. But remember, protect your citizens, existing first, protect the people who are going to benefit from the development, and then address the profit of the developer. In that order.
I have another question, just, I was saying over there, at one time y'all were looking at kind of between Walter's Law Firm and y'all's property there, that kind of having a drainage area that going into a detention pond, I believe. Is that detention pond still there, with the development going in between,
The original plan set that was done in, I believe, 2008 was the engineering study to solve the problem in Webster Oaks subdivision. Had a concrete V-ditch that went from Webster Street back behind that development between Walters and Webster Oaks, back to the Berg addition, which is due east of the Webster Oak subdivision. And there was a detention pond pictured there, off-site detention. That is now, I guess it's technically an unapproved development now because it sat too long. But that's owned by other individuals who have current plans for that property. So that engineered plan is, I'm not gonna say it's out the window, it's still a viable plan if we can figure out how to direct the runoff into a detention pond of some sort. But we would most likely be looking to acquire property from Walters to do that, which I have already explored and was given a very firm no. They have plans to develop the side property there, which I guess is behind Farmers Co-op. They have plans to develop that little section into a commercial center at some point in time. So,
Go out on their balcony and look at that beautiful water feature.
That's you culture.
yeah.
But I guess that's where where planning comes in though, if we say, that kind of development is just going to push the watershed further down, or it's not going to, help the existing, citizens, with their problem, and stuff. I think at some point we gotta say, well, no, we can't allow that development because it's gonna be detrimental, to the area.
We get between a kind of rock and a hard place here. I don't know if any of you have kept up with legislation right now at Little Rock and the fact that we may or may not have single-family zoning. And if you want to build a townhouse or a duplex, whatever you want, on an infill lot or tear a house down and build that, we can't say no. They're trying to push some legislation that we cannot say no.
Where's the municipal league on that, Mayor?
On that?
Yeah.
They hate it. And we're everybody's fighting it. But as you may or may not know, sometimes, and if you don't stand up and fight it, sometimes you lay back and go, that's the silliest thing I've ever seen in my life. Don't bother.
Can we push this to council forum? Because I can talk about that for
Absolutely.
quite a while. We've got
Absolutely. I think that's a good idea. So, but to answer your question quite blunt, everybody hates it. It's crazy.
Same with the 1 mile planning jurisdiction.
There's some different opinions on that,
That's already gone to the government.
but it's already there.
I've got several updates.
So there wasn't enough push to keep that from going. So,
Under council forum, I want to ask you about easements.
Yes, sir.
all right.
Mayor, to put a ribbon on that, I want to correct one thing Mr. Tepper said, there's no state highway on the other end of Webster.
What's that?
There's no state highway on one end of Webster anymore. If that changes the road status at all.
It does.
No, it does
Or
not.
it
It's
doesn't-
already
it
in the
doesn't
master.
road, it
It's
doesn't.
already in the master plan.
I'm just saying, yeah, there's no state highway.
All right, thank you. Good forum. Let's get started on the meeting. Mr. Tom, you are up, sir.
I don't know if I want to give. I yield to agenda additions.
Just tell us we'll have $245,000 and move on.
Well, these numbers probably will give you a little bit of a scary one.
Right.
Is there any way we can blame Hunter?
There's silver lining to this, but I'll talk about that in a second. These are your numbers for the city sales and use tax for March. Cumulative growth, 25 over 24, is down 10.3%. When you add that to the 3% that we budgeted for growth, we're down 13.3% from budget. That's the city side. I'll show you the deep dive in that in a second. Good. County sales tax, we did not budget any increase. Cumulative growth was down almost 1%. That's cumulative as well for the year because we did not have a budget growth at all. We were flat. So we're down from being flat last year. Advertising and promotion, they're not faring any better. For the year, they're down cumulative growth 12.65%. That's 16.65% below their budget. So there's even as advertising and promotion usually follow a little bit later behind because of their uniqueness as far as the prepared food sales is concerned, but they're down and you'll see that in a minute. This is the city sales and use tax. Again, the problem that's very concerning is there's 3 straight months of negative cumulative. The same period March over previous year, March was down almost 6%. So that's why we recovered a little bit from the 22% we were down from January, February, but it wasn't enough, and I kind of gave you a number, I think a couple of months ago, maybe it was in the last meeting, that what we would have to average in order to be making our budget, that would be a continual high for us for the rest of the year. So it's not looking good that recovery will at least get us to budget, but hopefully we'll get to positive growth. Now I'm going to show you the deep dive. Before I do that, I want to make sure you focus on the city sales and use tax for each of the cities. That's money those cities create, generate, and they use. So just focus on Greenwood right now. Greenwood's March numbers, if you look at the total taxable sales from January, that's what we get distributed in March, we're down $1 million from 2025's January over 2024's January sales. That's just Greenwood. That's what was sold here, bought here, taxed here in the for city sales and use tax at 2%. All right, now I'm going to show you the reason that the other cities are here is to see if anybody else is suffering these pains too. Remember, it's on the sales generated in those cities and those cities alone. So here are the numbers for the cities. And you'll notice that Hackett and Mansfield and Midland are the ones that were usually kind of floating around that number. Fort Smith was flat $184,000 growth. 45 for Hartford and 36 for Huntington. Bonanza, they were up as well. The reason you don't see Barling on there is because Barling had a 3-month moratorium on their sales tax collections. They will not start receiving sales tax until the month of June, which would be April's. They're starting now to collect in April. January, February, March, they were not collecting. The reason that you see 3,770 is some of the taxable entities, the remitters, didn't get the memo apparently, and they sent the money to the state, and the state went ahead and they said, well, we're going to distribute it because it was collected, but for the most part, there is no borrowing sales tax. That amounts to about $300,000 over 3 months for them, at an average of about $99,000 a month. For us, it would be almost $1 million. So it's we have to really watch when their tax was sunsetting and they put it to vote at the end of last year. And there's certain paperwork and documents that have to be made sure they're timely submitted to the state. If that doesn't happen, that's what ends up happening. So Charlotte and I had to talk about that. We're making sure that that's on everybody's radar. So we couldn't afford to lose that $1 million or more. As far as the county is concerned, we were down month over same period month 1.05%. That puts us still down at about 1%. We grew half of a percent. So again, we're 2 months negatives. We saw a lot of negative trending in 2024, and yet we ended up down at the end of the year just under a percentage. We're still lagging right there. As far as the taxable sales for Greenwood is concerned, the taxable sales down at the bottom number, 24 January over 25 January, it was down 2.8 million in the county. So the sales all throughout the county were averaged down. We were $1 million of that, just so you know. A third of the amount of reduction in taxable sales. I will show you though that this is down here at the bottom, November 23 to 24, we were up a little over 4 million. December 23 to December 24, we were down 10 million, I did show you that. And now we're down 2.8. So there's a little bit of a recovery going on. Hopefully that number will continue to increase. I don't know as consumer confidence starts increasing and if they start spending some more now, but I don't know what's happening as far as the economy is concerned with the tariff scare in the stock market and everything that's going on. I don't know if they're just holding back on their discretionary spending or what, but it definitely impacted Greenwood, even with the road construction going on. As far as your combined, we're down 6.42% in all taxes collections for the city. As far as the advertising and promotion, you'll see the first 3 months, January, February, and March, all down from the previous year's collections. These are collections. And they don't go to the state, so we're just 1 month lag on these. We collect in March, February's, and we'll collect in April, March's taxable sales. So cumulative, we were at 6.9, 6.16, and now we're at 12.65% now. So that's the trend, and this is where our trend line is, right there. And it's coming down to about the 2021, 22 level is where we're looking at tracking right now. That has an impact to the grant awards that the A&P Commission can do to people that are coming asking for grants. And as you know, just the inflationary impact, the people that are asking for grants are asking for a little more than what they used to ask for, and money's a little less. So. And there's your historical 3 month. And the reason I did this is so that you can just compare January, February, March's totals and month to compare it against the month. This 2020 is the COVID year, so there was an anomaly there as far as the going out and buying and fast foods. There was distancing and all that going on. But in 2025, you can see down 12.65%. You can see the trend going negative anyway, just for the first 3 months. So this is the trend that I look at, and I'm kind of seeing and projecting that into the future. This 14,000 was a real hit to what normally, we're back down to right at the 2022 level. That's where I was kind of implying where we're falling, just above the 2022's levels. And in the cash flow, our cash flow year-to-date net decrease in cash of $1.1 million. Our net decrease in cash for the month of March over in 2025 was $500,000. And our percent decrease in our fund balance goes from 17 at the beginning of the year to 15.9. That's negative 6.47. A little bit of it was attributed to the capital expense. The capital expense year-to-date, we've spent $1,096,000 on a budget of 15.5. And that's 7.5%. That does include street resurfacing projects as well as the budgeted resolutions that would be incorporated into the budget upon your approvals. So that number is fluid. It will change based on you approving budget resolutions to increase budgets. So there you have it. I do want to tell you one last thing, and that is that we did ask legislative audit if there's a possibility for being moved up in the audits. Normally we get started in our audits around September, October, right at budget season, when I'm trying to work budgets as well. And then I have the legislative audit here for 3 months. Well, we did receive a call. They heard our plea, and they are starting their audit in the middle of May, next 1 month from now. So,
Good doing, Tom.
pardon?
Good doing, Tom.
Hopefully it'll give me more time during budget season.
Thanks, Tom. Anything, any questions or comments for Mr. Marsh?
Very positive, very positive.
He mentioned grants a while ago. The department had to know. I want to get T-shirts for everybody. Don't forget a grant. So this morning I reminded them, as I will every single month, if not in between meetings, to search out. And we are those people that are going to looking for grant. Even if it looks like it's all shut down, we're going to put our name in the hat. And I know several of them do already, and I commend them for that. Parks has always done great. Fire, street resurfacing, police, really everybody does a good job. And Tanya, that's on you now. To apply for grants, and I'll remind them constantly. If you don't ask, you don't get. And even if it's less, we're asking for more. We're kind of that greedy bunch. Yes, sir.
Just another question again for you and the municipal league. There's another thing there that could impact us on the county side. As far as the distribution, back to the cities, with the county sales tax. Where do we stand on that?
The county, the league looks at all these things. Anything that you would imagine would be not healthy for the city, they're behind it.
That didn't make it.
But it didn't. That died. Yeah, that's gone. So one for us. And I got a call today from Caleb, who's an attorney at the municipal league, to ask me to call Senator Stubblefield on the issue of recording all meetings. We do it because we have the equipment, we have the ability to, and we're kind of we're not upper echelon by any means, but we can afford to do that. They're trying to force that on
You said recording video.
video, sorry. And some towns can't afford that. And so we're taking a stance on that. It seems simple, but you take a township or, you know, a second-class city, and I don't mean because of the character, this is their rating. They can't afford it, so everybody's getting together and calling everybody you know. I even asked him, I know that's a Senate bill, but I said, "Does Lee Johnson have anything to do with that?" He goes, "No." I said, "Okay, I'm gonna call Lee."
It also mandates for them to put the video on there within 24 hours.
Yeah,
on
it's,
social media.
it's a little bit, I don't know, usually when somebody, and you all guys know this, if there's a bill that just looks ridiculous, it's a personal, somebody's agenda. And I won't mention any names, but there's a senator that continues to do, not this, but certain things, and he happens to be a developer, I'm hardly gonna get in trouble. But it's a constant, it is, and it affects him and his city, but it also affects every city in the state. And the planning, Hunter brought up, we're close, could be close to losing all ability to govern anything.
Zoning,
Planning, zoning,
jurisdiction.
all that, you know, it's crazy
A lot of that's the realtor lobby as well.
Right, exactly, the lobbyists that are pushing the agenda and.
Like our subdivision regulations, they'll know more.
Yep. So it's tough, it's, those guys, and I will tell you, and I know I'm a big part of the municipal league now, but before, I've learned it even more, those guys fight hard, John Wilkerson and Caleb and Marquez, of course. I wouldn't want to be in battle with Marquez, I don't think, incorporated, but those guys fight that really, really hard. Stuart, my chief, Brian here, went to Little Rock, he called me and asked me if I would be okay, and I said, absolutely, go. And he went up there to support or be against.
We were against, we went to the committee.
Oh, did you go?
No.
Oh.
Well, no, the committee, the one he just asked about.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Sales tax.
Yeah. So,
Chief Association.
so,
Chief Association was against that.
Yeah.
It was out with our
And
fire service.
like I told Chief, I highly suggested he go, take his command unit, do whatever you gotta do to get up there, but he did. And sometimes you don't get to speak, you know, but when the legislatures see a packed house, they don't always, they kind of back down a little bit and say, okay, this makes sense. And they only hear from 3 people. And I've got to be in some of those meetings, and it was, luckily they didn't let me speak, but we'd still be there, right? So you all know that. But anyway, anything you see that is harmful to the city, municipally gets behind and is against it. Or, yeah.
Last but not least,
Yes.
Thursday, if you don't have it on your calendars, you need to put it on your calendars. It's already there on our city calendar. The quarterly financial review will be Thursday night at 6:30. And I'm going to be doing some deep dives into a couple of key areas and giving you some updated information, primarily on engineering fees as it relates to capital projects and some of the capital project detail about what its actual costs are. So that'll be Thursday night.
What time?
6:30.
Okay. Anything else for Mr. Marsh on that?
Thank you,
Good report, thank you, sir. Agenda additions, we do have one. Right, we left that on there, didn't we? It's a TAP RTP sidewalk improvement project phase 2B.
And authorization
Authorization,
to
yeah.
get grant, apply for grant.
Right.
That's
Another,
13?
yes, sir. Another grant, so we continue to apply. On that note, real quick, Hunter, I didn't get told this, but I was told via grapevine, whatever, this morning, that the FEMA grant is stopped or we just on hold for the buyout. Don't want to talk about it now? Okay, moving on. Sorry, thank you. Unfinished business, the city clerk treasurer ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance 1-02, procedure rules for special meetings, and it's the third reading.
Nothing changed since the last reading and
Good.
changed because of the changes that you wanted on the procedural rules.
Is this for special?
Do what?
Special call.
Is this your special call? It is?
Yeah.
So, You want to talk? Nope. Okay. Questions, thoughts, concerns?
Make a motion we adopt it for the third reading.
Second.
Motion and second to adopt.
Third reading by title only.
By title only.
Second.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Meeker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. Tedford?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
An ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance number 01-02, establishing procedures for special meetings of the Greenwood City Council and for other purposes.
Mr. Mayor, I don't, kind of piggybacking off that, I don't know if everybody else is able to get to the, like, your luncheon that you have, appreciation and everything that we're invited to. I know we all work till like 5. If you could move those to like 6 instead of 12:30,
Which ones?
any of them. We have teacher appreciation, chamber of commerce, employment, whatever, all these luncheons they get invited to, but they're all at lunchtime.
Our Christmas party is the only luncheon we have.
I know, but
You want us to
again,
move it tonight?
I'm not self-employed or work in town, so I can't come to these
No, I'll
luncheons.
have to make you a to-go plate.
That'd
and drop it off at the house.
Did you hear that?
What?
She don't fix you to go.
That'd be fun. I haven't made more than 20 years, I would love to employ, appreciate people, but I
You know what, we may just have to make it an evening dinner. You're welcome.
Just one time.
We'll see what we can do.
Oh, is this a free
Yes, sir. All right. Number 2, clerk treasurer, ordinance repealing and replacing competitive bid ordinance 24-09, third reading.
This hasn't changed since last reading either. You can see the standard parts, this is what we're adding. We had to correct the section 2 there, correction.
Did you do that since last meeting? Or that's just from the beginning?
It's all been here.
I would also like to add in section 3, subsection B, where that third line where it says, other structures or for making other permanent improvements in excess of 50,000. I'd like to add, in excess of 50,000 or an aggregate of 50,000 within a 2-year period.
Not questioning purpose for.
I don't know,
I just
Travis
think
would probably have to help on.
theoretically, it's,
Yeah, we
they
do
could,
that.
a project for 50,000 could be added like in, the October, November
Because it
timeframe,
takes
and
over
then
the year.
go carry over to the next year, do another 50,000, and you have like, you have 100,000 project.
It's just straight out of the statute, so I don't know if that goes stricter or not, whatever.
I think it's a little bit stricter, yeah.
Mr. Plummer?
Sorry, Mr. Brown, you said 3B?
Section 3,
Okay.
subsection B is that third line. It says structures or for making other permanent improvements in excess of 50,000. I'd like to say, comma, or an aggregate of 50,000 within a 2-year period. So that's,
Would it be different contract?
Yeah, that was,
Yeah, I feel like, it's like you could make you would do this. If it's a serious project, but it's kind of pertains to the same kind of overall project, but it's really kind of 2 separate projects. Because you can be like saying, I'm going to award up to 50,000 for this one, and then come back, the next year or 3 months later and say, oh, yeah, we're at another one. Next thing you know, you kind of have a serial of projects that have been all added together and over
But
50,000.
But here's the thing, this is for competitive bidding. Would you even know that? When you're going out for bid, you wouldn't know that yet. That's not known. That's like seeing, having a crystal ball and seeing in the future.
Well, that's what I said, an aggregate, if they do the first one, then, then they're doing another one within a 2-year period.
There's only one bid for one
same
project.
It's
There's only
really-
one bid though, for one project, and that's what this is talking about.
And that's why it does say, purchases or contracts, so it doesn't say that's for one project. Yes, in theory it's named for one project, but I said you could have a series of projects that are all underneath that $50,000
But you only have one bid for any of those, and it's before anything is known. So, I mean, it's just, that's all this is for bidding. I mean, I'm just saying. that I don't think that would ever even apply. Couldn't apply. Is it kind of like change orders that you're concerned with?
No, I'm saying, to me, it's in, theoretically, I can order a project, and, Chief Hobbs is not here, but, I'm saying, oh, I want to, put Sally Ford, yeah, I was saying, okay, I'm going to award, part of the project, for $50,000 for this year, and then, come January or whatever, I'm going to order another $50,000, kind of, and still kind of split up the project, but make it still two separate projects, but they still pertain to the, overall Sally Ford there.
I don't think you could do that.
No.
Because you gotta go, there's gotta be another bid.
Which would be a separate
I see what
project.
you're, I think I see.
There'd be two separate projects, but but they're both under 50,000, you don't have to go out for bid. I think that's.
I understand what you're trying to prevent, but I don't know if that quite makes sense, AC.
That's what I'm-
You're,
Can't wrap my head around it.
it's like taking a project, splitting it up, we're gonna pay for concrete, and then we're gonna take another bid for the building, and then we're gonna take something else and pay for electrical or whatever. It's all the same project. Everybody is actively trying to come in at 49,000, so they don't have to deal with anything.
Right.
And I understand what you're trying to do.
I'm just saying, if it's all still pertaining to, that really, you see it as the same, either address or same, really same project, you can kind of see that to say that the subsequent bid needs to be kind of go out for a bid. I mean, yeah, you can't
So what
backtrack
you-
and say bid, you
What
gotta
you're
do the
saying
first ones.
is you want the entirety of the project bid at one time.
No. Because you don't really know it, until it happens, but say, once you get that second bid, if it's within, if it's over the 50,000, that same place, then okay, we're gonna have to, bid out that second
Well,
project.
you wouldn't.
So we're kind of aware of it.
We have no idea when it would be, bids.
I mean, I kind of know what you're, because this has happened before, where Wilma Joe Kay called me and said everybody just lost $9,000 out of their, their fund.
Pension?
I've already said way too many names. And Hey, see, would you mind tabling the third reading and let me give a stab at seeing if I can?
Okay, sure.
I make a motion, we table the third reading for 30 days, till next month.
I'll second.
Have a motion and second to table for 30 days.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Meeker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
No.
And Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. Tedford?
Yes.
And Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Passes by majority.
Thank you. Number 3 is planning ordinance and repealing and replacing ordinance number 23-02, adopting state codes and adding local amendments, second reading.
Is this your,
This just has some changes on there that we're going to discuss.
while Hunter's explaining his changes, I'm gonna pass a 13 NFPA down to you. Is that the correct number, Hunter? Stuart?
Is that for residential or?
NFPA 13D?
D, what it says.
Part 13 and 13D.
Yeah, this is a 13D. I'm gonna pass it down to you, just so y'all see that it's not an extremely expensive deal. When, Stuart, can you come to the podium too and correct me on things I say that are wrong? So,
I'm not sure what you're going to say.
you're not, well,
Just stand there.
well, you just stand there if you want. So this is a 13D.
Do what?
That's residential plumbing comes in here, it becomes part of the system, plumbers put it in. This is what we're asking for duplexes and triplexes. And that's what you can see in your ceiling. And when that heats up to 140 degrees, it falls down, and the little head comes down. This is for sheetrock, so that it goes in there, plug the sheetrock so it doesn't get sprayed with texture, and then that goes in it. Like I said, when it gets to 140 degrees, it falls down. If in your average, in a 2,000 square foot place, there'd be, this one would be over the kitchen, there'd be one in each bedroom. Is that correct? Here you go, take it. That's just the sheetrock. So again, the system doesn't have to be flushed, it's part of the residential plumbing. I bought that because
Plumbing normally in the ceiling?
the whole thing was $30.
It said plumbing usually run in the ceiling in most places?
No, not usually. Well, it depends, Tim, you know, if it's multi-story houses and all that. But on single-family dwelling, usually they try to keep it under the slab.
Yeah, the reason is,
Well, I did that.
my son experienced, he has plumbing in the ceiling and it froze.
But you're saying
You
this
know,
is.
that's always been a problem with copper, but with this new PEX, you know, and that's what a plumber, if he went in there to replace it, he would have replaced it with PEX, because it'll expand
I
and
think
swell.
Travis did that.
Or copper, that. So that's kind of helped make it smaller.
That's always good.
The fact that you can run this in the ceiling without the,
And this doesn't require any backflows, anything like that, it's all residential line.
Okay, that was my question, doesn't require backflow protection, because it would sound like you're saying no.
it's
but
part of the
I'm saying-
existing
This is
plumbing.
a
Yeah,
residential
but
plumbing.
it's a branch that's stagnant.
No, it's
So
not.
this one's looped in.
Oh, it is looped in.
It's looped in.
By the time you flush your toilet, you
Yeah.
can flush the system.
One,
Every time you
that
turn on the sink,
system, the 13 units is looped with your entire.
So if I sprinkle from my house, I'm getting sewer water?
Well, that depends on Tim and the Greenwood Water Department, I mean, whether they got it mixed or not.
So basically, your domestic line is, your domestic drinking water line is also a line that goes to your toilet, everything is in the ceiling. And so
The water supply.
the water supply to your toilet, the water supply to your sinks and everything goes throughout the house. So every time someone in the far corner flushes the toilet, turns on the sink, turns on the shower, it flushes the line. So it doesn't require backflow valves, it doesn't require risers or all that. They just kick off and they go off the pressure of the water system. And so it's called 13D. It's something that's being allowed. Regular plumber can put it in. He has to have a certification. That certification takes half a day in Northwest Arkansas. I'm sure someone out here will start doing it. And your regular plumber can install it. Now, it's only for residential. It's not allowed for commercial. That's R13, residential 13.
And I told him correctly, there'd be 4 in your typical 2,000 square foot structure. They're above, they're in the kitchen, and then there's one in each
You're
bedroom.
gonna have them in living quarters,
Yeah.
and might be one in the hallway, and then probably in the bedroom.
Half of egress was what they said in that class.
There are some states that have already adopted what NFPA's recommendation is for everything. And they've got a lot of YouTube videos out there of plumbers, and they're describing how they put it in and all that. You can see anything new is always scary. Anything new freaks everybody out. Like Tim, he doesn't understand. And,
Wow.
That's correct.
He asked the right questions.
he's asking questions, that's fine, but
I have
it's
those
scary.
skills. Don't forget that.
But,
We're right twice.
Okay, so what do we want to do here? You're trying to require these all new buildings?
no, just duplexes and triplexes.
Townhouses and duplexes only, not single-family residential.
All multi-family.
Yeah,
if there's any more built.
If it's any more built. Now, if you took NFPA, They want you to put it in everything. So, it's coming. It will, in 5 years, the state of Arkansas will adopt NFPA, and this is a moot point.
The insulation and the sealant, what is, it may require just a tad more, I'm not sure. They're making so many changes to this that it's pretty much taking off. They have a full subdivision in Rogers. In fact, Rogers code official told me that it's getting to the point that the builders aren't even questioning anymore. They're just putting it in because they like it and selling houses. And so, we have a sprinkler system in your house.
You add $25,000 to sell.
No, not well, it's how much per foot?
$1.35.
And they can add 25,000 to the sale price.
Well, I'm saying to the sell price.
Right.
That average cost is $2,600 nationwide.
And they can add 25,000 to the sale price.
That's,
Well, I don't know how cheap it is to install.
that's your capitalism and your exploitation.
Tracy, did you say?
So it does help on the
Insurance.
insurance. Yeah, on residential.
Right.
This ordinance is just adopting all of our state building codes in one ordinance and adding local amendments as an exhibit. I did make a few changes to what I had offered to you on the first reading. There were 2 changes under Arkansas Fire Prevention Codes, under the Arkansas Fire Code.
We're looking, I'm sorry, is that
Yes, page 3 of 4. If you don't have 4 pages, I blame Stuart.
Okay.
On page 3, underneath Arkansas Fire Code Volume 1, previously there was only 1 item. There are 2 items added. One is going to be the FDC, or the fire department connection for a sprinkler system or standpipe system is to be located no more than 75 feet from the nearest hydrant. That is a regulation put in place to fit the operational abilities of our fire department now. And then,
You got that Knox box thing in there again.
yep. And then the second change was for new businesses and new commercial construction requires a Knox box to be installed at a location determined by the fire code official. That's just so we don't have to break down $3,000
We already had
storage.
that.
We did, but what we're getting rid of is putting it all back into one ordinance. It's not anything new. I missed it on the last one when I consolidated everything, so I'm just putting it back in here.
We didn't do this Knox box until 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's been implemented. So, those are the only 2 changes. I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
I make a motion that we adopt this by this title only for the second reading.
I'll second.
A motion and a second to adopt by title only, second reading.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Meeker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. Tedford?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
An ordinance repealing and replacing ordinances 357-08-01 and 23-02, adopting all current state adopted building, fire codes, mechanical, plumbing, electrical, and other state adopted or referenced codes, and adding local amendments to the same and for other purposes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michael. Number 4 is, under.
I'm sorry, and I do want to stipulate or confirm for the record that there is a revised Exhibit A attached to that that's going to replace what was there.
Yep. Thank you. Number 4 is under new business finance, resolution to amend budget for transfer of capital expenditures funding to city sales and use tax street.
At a previous city council meeting, you were given the task of looking at some of the street department's expenditures. Jeff came to the meeting and graciously said that he would forego the $299,258 that are in capital expenses. And the discussion was to transfer that to the city sales and use tax street department's capital improvement projects, so that there would be funding, additional funding there for any cost overruns on projects currently in the works, and additional costs for current or new budgeted projects that are planned. And You asked for a resolution to be made. All this resolution does is to transfer the money from the street capital expenditures account over to the city sales and use tax capital improvement projects so that I can transfer it on the budget. I need some approval, some resolution for you to do.
Make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Second.
Motion second to adopt.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yeah.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Mr. Shepherd?
Yes.
Thank you. Number 5 is a resolution, would be another resolution authorizing Mount Harmony Highway 10 intersection improvements with RDOT. This was born, let me back up for half a second and say I would love to be coming to you with more discussion and authorization to widen the turn lane from 10 all the way up to the school at East Point like we talked about it several years ago. Unfortunately, back then it was 1 million, had two versions. One was $1 million something, the other one was over $2 million, and we didn't have the funds to do it with. So I backed off of that because now I'm just guessing that's $5 to $6 million to do that. So I drive that. I don't have kids to take to school, although I have a grandson that goes to East Point. So once in a while I'm in that traffic. A lot of times I'm silly enough just to go out there and get in it, to experience it, because if you don't know what it's like, you don't know how to fix it or attempt to fix it. We all know we're getting a new bypass. It begins at 96 and 10, which is this side of Mount Harmony. So what I did was just in my truck one day, I called, he loves it when I call him, the new director of RDOT is Jared Wiley. We kind of watch go through the ranks, but I still call him and I said, Mr. Wiley, because he's director now, I didn't call him Jerry, but I said, just for kicks, would you entertain, would RDOT entertain a study of a section of road on 10 that is, I'd say halfway, we got a map.
It's on their tablets.
Oh, it's on your tablet. I'm going to say it's halfway, I don't know if it is or not, between 96 and Mount Harmony
No.
on 10 for a turn lane to get people off of 10 quicker to get on to Mount Harmony, which seems kind of funny because there's a lot of people on Mount Harmony already, but it would get traffic, however many cars off of 10 traveling east and put them in a turn lane, because people do it already. They don't go that far back, but they certainly take advantage and start turning off the road. I know the police have witnessed it. It's not a good situation.
The city's actually paved an area for that reason over the years.
On the shoulder.
At the turn there, where it goes deep down there.
Right,
I for sure do it every single day.
Right, absolutely, and I do too.
When you run the lap.
Yeah.
Well, I turn right, you turn right already.
That's right. After you stop, right?
Correct.
Me too. Yeah, me too.
Normally, I'm second or third in line at the light.
And you're kind of towed.
I know what you, and you get over there, but I mean, the dip has been paid. It's mainly for school buses is what
It
it's
is,
done for.
it serves a purpose.
But-
So my point of asking Mr. Wiley was, can you consider a real study by RDOT to tell me if it's feasible and the cost of said turn lane? So it's not on the tablet?
It's on the screen now.
Oh, it's up there, sorry. So we have it, and the resolution you have explains it. The letter's there from Jared, Mr. Wiley. In essence, Tom can, yeah, there's, I think that's you right
That's
there.
me, legally turning right there. No question.
And there's a red light. So anyway, our share of this would be, I know the timing is not great. The timing's not great for us technically, but it's great for the price and the fact that they're already there doing what they're doing on the bypass. Our cost is $271,800. As you can see, the total cost of this project. Now, this is not absolutely in stone. No, unfortunately. But it's at $945,000, almost $1 million, believe it or not, to do a turn lane, whatever that distance is. Hunter, do you know the feet? You know, it's okay. So,
But that percentage is firm.
yeah, it is. Yes, sir.
80, 10, 10.
Yes, sir. That is firm.
We've seen that before.
I brought it. That's true. So, yeah, when you get a
Well,
grant.
10% of a million is not the same as 10% of 30 million.
That's right, that's right. So, and so my point is, I would love for us to consider very much striking while the iron is hot and not 30 million, and it's $945,000. It may not seem a great bang for the buck, but these days it is. And I talked to Tom about it, obviously, when it presented it to you, that is somewhat blessing, if that's what you want to call it. Tom can opine on it as he wants to. There's no depth, there's no schedule, it's not on their books. They presented me with what you see in front of you for us to consider it. I was, to be honest with you, I was surprised. I thought our cost of something like that would be $500,000, easily $500,000, just because of everything else. Crazy.
So this is if we got the grant awarded, or we do have the grant awarded?
No, we don't have anything.
No grant.
We would, if you decide to pursue it, this resolution would allow it to go through the process, if that makes sense.
I think one of the reasons why we got the lower price too is they want to mobilize it more.
Yeah, they're here.
And so they're here, and so there's the values in doing it.
I think it's okay to say, as Mr. Jeff is alluding to, that if they pack their toys up and leave, if they come back, that's a whole lot.
Yes.
And I will say, unofficially, very unofficially, but I have a very good gut feeling that phase 2 of said traffic relief, I still try to call it, bypass, is not necessarily scheduled, but they are, and I know this for a fact because I'm the first one they called, they are pursuing the right-of-ways and acquisitions to widen 10 all the way to 71.
And you let Mr. Ransom get out of here?
I did. Now, he probably knows it, he's probably received a call.
He has.
Okay, but what they've started with us is we're lot 1 coming back into town, or whatever it's called, track one. And so they're calling me because we are the owner of said property, where our new senior citizen center is. And every time they call me, and I talk to 5 different people, it's a different person every time. And I'm like, yes sir, or yes ma'am, we are the owner. Tell me you're not going through the middle of our newly remodeled building. And I knew they weren't to begin with, but and they're like, we told you this already. They're taking, you've been out there, so what they're taking out, I'm changing, getting off topic, but they're taking, you know, the fence that surrounds our property, they're gonna go up to that fence with the new right of way, and it will not take our sign or any of the parking lot. They're just, I think they're mostly concentrating on the other side of Highway 10. So we're in good shape. The Church of Christ sign, which they don't know yet, which I'm gonna do my best to do kind things for them because they did a kind thing for us utilizing being able to utilize their pond. That Church of Christ sign is on our property, and so they're gonna pay to have it moved, and I'll get with the Church of Christ on that. But that's just a thought that they're not going anywhere. That's not official. I asked her, I said, if you're calling me, I would like to assume that phase 2 is gonna continue on as soon as they get through with phase 1. And she was reluctant to give me an absolute yes. She said, we're working on it.
I like this project. And the price is almost as cheap as fixing a mistake over in the
drainage issue.
You're right. But I have something else. I mean, while you're asking them this, why don't you ask them to fix the trail so we don't get somebody killed over here on Main Street?
That question is in their hopper.
Because it looks like a couple of tiles. Heck, it's 12 foot
Well,
deep over there.
Yeah, I don't know what they're thinking. Right now, that is subject to signalization. So that will not stay there. So I would love, I said many things, they don't like it when I call it. Jared says I call anytime I want. I don't know, he's being nice. We talked to him about going under or going over. We got a bridge, and they're like, we'll talk about that. Well, we need to talk about it pretty soon. Right. Because we're gonna mess around and be through.
Yeah, they're gonna keep telling you we're gonna talk about it, and they're gonna load up and leave.
Yeah, but the plan as it is that we have literally in our hands is that not being that way, and there'll be signalization to cross that trail.
The trail gets elevated to match the grade of the highway.
Right.
So how does
the trail will come up, it'll be however far they need to go back and elevate it to probably what you see, I guess.
So
There's still, the person walking the trail will have to stop for the.
Yeah, it'll be a track, there'll be a light to,
The flashing.
like you see all over Fayetteville.
What I see in Fayetteville is underpasses.
Well, if they don't have it, they have these signalization, or maybe not Fayetteville.
No, it-
Yeah, they don't have it.
Fayetteville, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
City enforcement just put in a whole bunch of new.
And our enforcement's out there. That's nice, but,
Mr. Mayor?
yes, sir.
Back on our thing here.
Yes, sir.
So, to get blessing on this, I need to know, and I already know the answer, but I'm making you say it. Is there gonna be a traffic signal at 96 and 10?
Yes.
Okay, so this thing certainly needs to happen.
Yes.
Because we're just basically moving our traffic problems coming eastbound onto the traffic relief route, and going westbound, you don't solve anything with traffic problems with that extra stoplight. But the turn lane would sure help.
I would love, Jeff, we were talking today about all this, and it would be nice if that started as soon as you came through that light. But that's another $1 million.
Well, what you get into is you'll have people coming off the traffic relief route.
Right. Trying to cross away from the traffic light turn lane. Yeah, that's true. That's why I'm not an engineer.
Unfortunately, I'm close.
Jeff, what do you think is the appropriate kind of fudge factor in this for our share? You know, it says 271, should we add like another 10% or 20% to that?
Look what's in red.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
so
that's still part of that 270.
yeah, so thank you. I was getting there eventually. So I asked Mr. Posey this morning in our meeting as I presented this, I like the department heads to know what we're talking about as much as I can. So I asked Mr. Posey about utilities, and he was so kind to inform me that there's a high-pressure water line there, if I said it right.
Well, first you just said, yeah. You said, are there lines?
Yeah, he goes,
said,
yes,
yeah.
and I said, good. And then he kept on like, no, that's enough, Tim. So there are issues there. We don't know the cost of that, of relocating. I asked probably a silly question, and Tim actually said, maybe not that silly. So we're filling in that area, not digging it out, because as you see, Tim's here, and
It's good.
and
Be built up.
and that's Clement's property, in case nobody knows, or everybody didn't know. So we would be building it up. So I asked, can we pile dirt on top of said water line and/or, I think you said there was also, there's sewer somewhere close, you don't know yet. But there's also fiber optic down, I would assume that doesn't matter how deep, I don't know. So all that would have to be discussed, obviously. And we put a burden, if you will, upon the water sewer department for this. I can't read that, I know what it says. But,
Non-reimbursable utility costs will be the responsibility of the utility owner.
right.
Yeah, right.
So utilities that we own, water, sewer, not the fiber optic, or anything that's not
They would
ours.
potentially have
Gas.
to move it at their cost.
You said there's a, yeah.
I'm sure.
But
Gas too.
there's gas on the north side, and I
So-
think there's fiber on the south.
So there's that, and I also called the owner of property, who is Clements, and I said, I don't want you to hear it on the news that we're looking at taking some of your land. I want you to hear it from me that we're considering it, and I asked his thought, and I want to do everything I can for the city, but he's coming by here tomorrow morning to take a look at that, because that property's been for sale for several years. And what property, people that are prospective buyers say to him is, it's so narrow between the right-of-way already and that ditch that lays in the behind, open ditch that lays at the back of that property. And they don't know if they could put something in there and have parking. And I said, I understand absolutely where you're coming from. He said, but, quote or not, maybe not, he said, we would not hold up the city, if they needed to do this for traffic relief, which he lives up there too, and he knows, he said, it looks to me like it's the right thing to do, and he said, I'm not telling you absolutely that they're all excited, but he said, we would not stand in the way of that happening. They would take less, please forgive me if I'm misquoting him, they would take less for their property and not, in order for this to happen. I just want to touch base with.
AC, to answer your question, yes, I think we're dead on right here, but we've got to strike fast until October.
And so you handle it in your budget?
Yeah, with what we just did,
You just moved 300,000.
so with that, we can cover this, I think, with that.
Now, if all of a sudden, something, not literally, but blows up in our face, and you're looking, water sewer's looking at a $20 million, I don't think that's possible, but a very expensive relocation that they couldn't handle, we can back up and punt. You know, RDOT's very easy to work with. I mean that truly. They've never held us to anything that we can't, other than a grant that we get, and that's not RDOT, those are, well, it is RDOT. All of a sudden, you're looking at a 60-40 instead of 80-20. That's because the prices went up on the sidewalks, and it certainly will go up.
So the money can't be taken, or we manage it.
They manage it.
That's awesome.
I believe that's the
With,
isn't it?
sewer, water people for,
I was just gonna bring that up.
that's not really, I mean, what, 80% of the 271 is from sewer and water, not streets.
So it can be cost allocated.
I mean, sorry, Tim, I'm just saying, I didn't know.
Question is, would they bill you?
Right.
And that's fine.
Oh,
If we're fortunate enough that it's out of the state right away, the state will bear the cost. I kind of think that was put in a long time ago, and most of it is just gonna barely be in the state right away. I'm gonna do some measuring tomorrow and try to find out. And then the intersection will be the most costly, because there's a lot of things going on in the intersection. Maybe it won't have to be adjusted. Once I see the plans on the.
Yeah, exactly. So in the morning, I am to receive an email, and then we'll get it in the, I told her I'm old fashioned, I need it in my hand. So she's sending an email to Danielle for us to have and to look at more detail than this, and then a mailed copy for everybody to take a gander at and see what that looks like. I didn't ask her because she was very plain to say, Mayor, it'd be a whole lot easier if you have it in your hand when I'm talking to you instead of, because I was getting ready to ask her, how much land are we talking about? How does that affect the intersection? In my pea brain, it does not affect the intersection all that much. Because it's just a turn, as we call it, the Tim Terry turn lane.
Yes.
If we made.
And put up a sign.
And put up a sign. Naming rights.
Makes a little junky sign to go over the bridge.
Well, you got Lake Lockahogee, you got Tim Terry turning lane, and Jay Hawker lane.
All right there.
All right there within.
Well, Teresa, Tim, I mean, how do y'all feel about, if y'all had to absorb that 197?
And by the way, this is the first time.
Where's the 197, where'd that number come from?
Is that non-reversible utility removement? Is that y'all's?
You wouldn't see all of that.
We're just seeing this $271,000 total here, and everybody's talking about, Jeff, thank you for moving money over. Well, I'm just sitting there thinking, why is he paying to move utilities? Unless that's normal protocol, but it seems like it is. So, unfortunately, they did, water, or whoever, sewer, water, pipeline guy.
You may have already answered this. What is non-reimbursable? What
Stuff
causes?
that we get to pay for.
Any
Say
of
that
the
again?
utilities that are in their right of way.
Yeah, that have to be moved, and
The same, the Fed in the state's not gonna figure it
they're
out.
not gonna, in other words, that's why you always want your water line out of the state right away, because they'll reimburse you for the relocation.
If it's out.
If it's out. If
Same
it's
thing that's
in,
going on with the
then it's non-reimbursable, and that's what they mean.
That's what they're looking at, already looked at, and they're definitely looking at over on Coker.
Yeah.
The big
Yeah, and most of it, they're on the hook for most of that.
The other call in this whole equation is the quicker the better, but the school's fixing to be out, and they can be done during the summer, where there's a lot less traffic.
I'm gonna make a motion that we accept this resolution if it's, our cost is within 10% of that, or I say 5%, or what do you think?
10% is good.
10% of that 271.
I second.
Motion is second to accept the approve the resolution.
Within 10%.
10% of 271, 8.
300,000.
300.
Less than 300. 300 less.
So the motion is.
Like that, 300 less.
What is the motion again?
Go ahead.
To accept it.
If it's 300
You already
less.
spoke to us.
On the non-reimbursable utilities, utilities, is that just city?
No.
So we would be co-oping with the other utilities and some of the costs might come from them?
It'd have to.
It has to come from
They're
there. This is just city utilities. If the gas line's in there, that's on the gas company.
So you're saying it's 197 just for city utilities?
No, this is for all utilities that are in the right of way.
So likely, if there's a gas line, electric line, we get some input from them on the relocation costs.
They would have to do
They're
that.
They're paying for it.
They're in RDOT's right of way right now. RDOT says we need it.
Is their portion coming out of that 197?
Yeah, local share doesn't mean city. The local share doesn't necessarily mean city.
Okay, it just means whoever's paying for it.
Whoever it
locate
is.
Okay, got it. So our number actually may be less than that.
Good.
Right.
So the motion was if within what?
300,000
Or less.
or less.
And who's second?
The whole council.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Raymore?
Yes.
Mr. Tedford?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think this is very, a wise thing to do. Thank
A
you.
lot of people will thank you.
I'm hoping so. It'll catch some criticism as some all things do.
You can pave the streets with gold.
That's right, that's right. That's
Why do you celebrate?
That's the way it is. Number 6 is position split for animal control code enforcement. So I discussed with you a little bit, was it the council meeting or was it a special meeting? We talked about this. Special meeting, I brought it to your attention. Chief's here to talk about what he's taken and kind of ran with the idea of splitting it. And he's not messed around with it.
We split this 15 years ago.
I know, he hasn't hired it, I mean, it's just a common sense thing to do, in my opinion. He's taken and run with his part of it. We've not advertised or anything on the code side because we wanted to make sure everybody's cool, kosher, and all that good stuff with it. We have some, we will do the process that the chief did, but go ahead, sir.
With y'all's blessing. Mayor, council, as I alluded in the budget study session, that the mayor tasked me with taking over the animal control. We have done so. We've interviewed, we plan on making a decision this week on who we're gonna hire. We had 12 applicants. We interviewed 9 of those, 3 we doing a background on. We're talking about splitting the animal and the code, and here's the reason why. I think y'all alluded to it earlier, the importance of having a code and being mindful on code to help hunter. When you're dealing with animals, the animal control, which is taking up a lot of, I think, Kyle's time. Quite frankly, it's going to take up a lot of this current position's time. That strictly needs to be animal control. Can't do really both and do it sufficiently. Either one or the other is going to suffer from it, whether it be code enforcement, like what y'all were alluding to earlier, the importance of that. I think y'all proven that to yourselves with that building code with hunters. It's a major part of the city. So that's what the mayor's asked me to do. That's what we plan to do, but that also is going to come with hiring the additional code employee.
When would that happen? When,
The code?
that would be a non-budgeted position.
Yeah, so I visited with Mr. Marsh, as I always do, whether I'm asking for $10 million for a bond or $50,000 for a new employee. We looked at numbers today. Danielle had already researched it as she would as HR. Thank you. And so our thought process, if I may, is Kyla was making 17 and some change per hour. The average code enforcement officer, is that right?
I think she was more than that.
She was a little more.
She was more than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
18 maybe, whatever.
Less than that.
Average, okay, average, $17.40. So,
Too high.
yeah, too high. The average, I think Tom looks at, and so did Danielle, across the state, and I know not everybody likes to do that, and it doesn't make sense, but sometimes they like, no, 10 turn lane. you're now TT.
Yeah, I love it.
So, it's $20 an hour, so he has a figure of a brand new position at that, plus all the insurance, all the things that go with it, and the number is, Tom,
A little over 50,
right at 50 or.
with all the age-related
Yeah.
benefit.
And that would reside in what department?
It would be under planning, because he alluded to the idea that it needs to be adjacent, if you will, working together with Hunter's position. I don't want Hunter to do it. He's got too much on his plate. It would be under Sonny, who's the director in that department. It wouldn't be under Hunter. They would be partners, if you will, or they would have their own jobs to do. It would be under the planning department, because I think it goes right along with what the planning department does or should be doing. I think as Mr. Tedford pointed out tonight. I will say this without anything much, a whole lot, because it's not, we're just looking at the possibility. I always like to hire within, if I can, to give opportunities to people that are already employed by the city. We're honoring that. That's not anywhere other than that. That could save a little money, I think, if I did that. Not a lot, but a little bit on the whole base salary, utilizing somebody that's already employed. The planning, code enforcement. I'm excited that he's taking animal and it's under where it should be, and guidance and leadership and all that goes with the PD. But this position would obviously require a vehicle to drive, to go around and do what they do. We own, as you know, a city car. It's not the mayor's car, it's a city car for everybody to utilize. To me, that is an ideal vehicle for code enforcement. They don't need a truck. They don't need four-wheel drive. This thing gets excellent gas mileage, a little Malibu. I only use it occasionally on weekends when I go somewhere. I don't even take it to Fort Smith much because I just like driving my truck. But there's a vehicle there that could be utilized for this position without that expense, for sure. But it would, to answer your question, it would be in the plan.
Would that, give that vehicle to them, would that be, have them take on privileges for that?
No. No, they're not, they're not a director and they're not on call. Now, yeah, there could be a moment in time but I don't foresee that. I mean, there's no, animal control is different. They're on call. They got to go pick up a dog. I started to say a certain dog, but I want a dog in the middle of the night because it's vicious.
It will.
I didn't say that.
No names.
Only
No
a bite
names.
or like an attack is the only time.
Yeah.
that she can come in.
Yeah, so that's that, but, and there's a truck that goes with that position, which is not in wonderful shape. He's inheriting a truck that needs a lot of attention. But the car would stay here, they would go in, do their job, go do code enforcement, go home. We don't get a call in the middle of the night to say, go check the grass on something. I'll use my 615 West Elm, even though mine needs a real bad right now. And I'm hesitant to do it because I haven't mowed my lawn in 3 weeks. So I'm waiting until I won't. That's a joke, but I have. So I think that car is very suitable for that, and it would not be a drive home.
So animal control is the position is currently in our 25 budget.
Correct, that budget was transferred over to the police, still intact as animal control, just under their supervision. And the question for you is, what were you looking at as far as the salary, starting salary, hourly rate? Do you have it?
I do. We came up with anywhere between $18 and $20 an hour.
Okay. Which is the rate it was.
Right.
So you're fine.
That was what the previous step.
Yes.
And so making this split, this is not currently in the 25 budget. We do have, our trajectory is a little more like this. And so we've been increasing planning department, which the projection for building permits is like this. It's been going like that. And I think this is something we should talk about in the 26 budget year. adding a position, not this year.
We can also give you more light on this Thursday.
Okay.
Right.
It may be better light than what you just showed us about an hour ago. I'm writing down $245,000, approximately $300,000, a financial assistant, a code enforcement, an animal control guy, which is probably all about $125,000. So we're up to about 700 grand here, and that's down 13% on our tax revenues. So something's got to give.
It's just a flush one.
Yeah, as I
I'll
said
put it on the
earlier,
record.
as I said earlier, the timing is not the best in the world for Mr. Tom's reports. And I asked him one day, very much, I wanted to tell, I said, can you not be so hard on us? He said, that's what I'm here for. I said, I do, I know.
I'll just say this, and I agree, I'm a fairly conservative person, I understand exactly what you're saying. I think this financial situation, we do need to look at very hard, and that all of us department heads need to have that mindset of cost first. But you go back to the hour and a half that we spent earlier about the importance of how important this code enforcement is. Obviously, it's pretty important. I'll just discuss it for an hour and a half of how important it was to save $245,000 here. This animal patrol position has, I'm really hesitant on bad-mouthing somebody, but it's been neglected. And it's gonna cost money to get to where it needs to be, the same as the code enforcement is. You have people coming here every month talking about these animals and what we're gonna do about it and the services we're gonna provide. They pay a lot in their taxes and they expect something for that taxes. And part of that is not having pit bulls running, chasing their kids down. Not having
A lot of cats are around
water coming through their front yard. So we say be mindful of the budget. I don't know if there's other places we can cut to take care of this priority, I believe. But that's
Well, I do appreciate the police department, recently while we were under a fire ban, they did issue a citation for a homeowner that was, doing an illegal burn. And so, those things you don't want to do, but, it's again protection, of all the citizens, to do that. So, again, kind of like code enforcement, I appreciate that.
Well, and I think that's something we can improve on is issuing citations for one, rebranding who we are. Let's focus on getting these dogs registered. That way we can easily find the homeowners. And then we're only dealing with a certain amount of dogs. We've got a dog that's court ordered right now to be in quarantine and waiting on a court date. Well, it's just like housing somebody in jail. We're paying every day and we can't take that dog out until it's adjudicated through the court. So it's expensive business. So we got to figure out a way to control it. And that mechanism is having somebody focused directly on animal services and not so much the building inspector
No, just the
or
code.
the code enforcement, which they don't have that education to do.
Well, and the.
Being quite blunt, they just don't have the education to go in there and enforce code. They just don't.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so,
Name?
no. Okay, so what Kyla was supposed to be doing, and she did do some, and Casey, is mostly it's people's property. It's not so much the building code, because Hunter handles that. And this person could assist if needed. But you have to remember too, we're about to be in mowing season. So we're about to get bombarded with people who are not taking care of their properties. And if we don't have anybody watching that, it's gonna get out of control. And so I don't know if how that would work with animal control now being at the PD, because the PD doesn't probably necessarily need to or can assist on the other side of it, on the code part, since that's mainly a planning issue. I mean, I guess they can, but I think that we were really hoping that it could go ahead and be split.
Yeah, I don't want the police department to deal with
No, they've
that
got to
at
know.
all. And I don't know if I can quote you correctly, but, it's hard enough to keep a good, forgive me, it's not hard for you guys to keep a good reputation, but it's hard to not be the bad guys, right? Is that a good way to put it?
Well,
And if you're out there, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's hard to public image.
Right.
And I know my predecessor, I agree with him on this. Because, you got a police car in front of your house, your neighbors are, we're a tight-knit community. We are, I don't want to say nosy, we're just a tight-knit group of community, and we take care, we look after each other. When you see a police car at somebody's house, people want to know why, and they assume, cut your.
Well, you're wrong. I'm sure the neighbor normally the one that calls them in anyway.
Right. So that's just the mindset behind it. I mean, it's.
I'm uncomfortable sending somebody to somebody's door saying, here's a citation for $100 because your lawn's not mowed, and not having somebody with a badge sitting there with them.
No, we've talked about that, I'm sorry, and
That's been talked about for years.
Not to interrupt you, but that's something, whoever this person is, I think will work with Chief, and she's willing to work with, if that person feels like they're going to, and you can't always tell, right? I mean, you might pull up to Travis Plummer's house and think you're okay, and you may not be, because he may be in a bad mood that day.
Well, we joked about the code guy getting a gun and a badge when this first started going around a long time ago.
Yeah. So they.
Which I'm against.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hunter.
We did just get software for code enforcement, and the vast majority of code enforcement violations are going to be mail certified.
Oh, that's
the repayment portal online, there would be fairly minimal face-to-face. It's going to be visual, you're in violation of city code, I'm going to type it in my system, it'll generate a letter, send it to you, and you can either correct it. If not, then we'll take the correct legal recourse, whether that's through city attorney or.
And the chief is, I'm sorry to interrupt, I'm sorry. The chief has willingly aided when Kyle was still here. I don't know if it's a code call or a dog call, typically a dog.
She never had the code.
They assisted, they accompanied her.
Right. If there's an issue where we need to get involved and
Yeah.
get it in front of a judge, then we would most likely take it over. We're just kind of separation of duties, where we can prioritize rehoming dogs and not spending $30, $40 a night on a dog to stay at a kennel. Or as long,
Well, I thought they had a limit on the days we were keeping and paying for it.
it just depends if it's a part of if it's considered evidence, and it's state of Arkansas considers an animal as a person's property. When you keep it as evidence and feed it well and take care of it, provide it health care and all that and we're never going to get our money back. We're not going to get our money back on this one. We're going to get restitution for $5, $10 a month. We're talking about a bill that's upwards of, I think, I can find out, but it's $2,000 or more as of today. And we don't go to court until next month.
And then heartworm treatment is so expensive, and that's.
It's all.
Treatment of things.
I agree with the separation of the two positions, and I agree that this probably warrants more discussion.
Figuring out how to pay for it.
Yeah, but I also, in all reality, we're nearly halfway done with the year. So you're not going to be feeling the full brunt of that position's salary this year. June, July at best, probably get that person hired, so you wouldn't pay him for half of the year. But I agree, given the current budgetary climate, we probably need to discuss this a little bit more.
So yeah, Casey?
Possible you could find a college student that needs a summer job. Just find a temp.
Yeah, I don't know if I would.
Put that on
somebody like that.
Irish.
It's not mowing ditches,
Or it could be split in, I think it could be split into parts.
I'll do it for a stipend.
Stipend. Yes, sir.
Are we talking about putting the animal control in planning?
No, code.
Code enforcement?
Animal control is already over there. He's already interviewed, he's ready to hire. It's just, it's the code part of it. And as Hunter said, or somebody, Danielle, it's not building code, it's.
It's your unsightly properties that we've all had to deal with, and if we don't stay on that, like I said, because it is coming up with mowing season, it's It's not gonna go over
And
well.
parking
I'm
in the
sure with
road
public.
and all
Oh,
this
it's all-
stuff.
Yes, it's all the things.
Abandoned cars and your.
It's not a difficult job whatsoever. I mean, it's just, you gotta stay on it and send your letters out. Most of the time, the public will comply with the letter they receive. I mean,
Especially when it
rarely,
goes to the court.
unless it's, you own a massive factory in the middle of the town and you don't live here. I mean, other than that, we've not had any major issues code-wise.
So no action, and have you discussed it Thursday night?
Is that what your desire is to kind of, what do you want to do?
Well, for number 6, splitting the position, yeah, I think I make a recommendation, we table it and discuss it Thursday.
You want to just not,
But
so it's no action, not even tabling?
Or
Right, no
you-
action.
let me ask you this, so you don't want him to allow him to hire the animal control?
You should hire the
It
animal.
is.
Yeah.
You're wanting to discuss is how to pay, and then cut it to the chase.
It needs to replace the animal control, we're not making a new position
Right,
per se.
right, exactly.
For the
Okay,
record.
so you're good to,
He needs to hire.
I think we left out one key piece that I forgot, or I don't know if I really can speak to, but, no. When you talk about separation of duties, that's also to supplement what Hunter's doing as well, right?
No. Well, if,
All due respect, I answer to the mayor, and he's given me what his expectations are, and Hunter's are. But that position was to supplement, the code enforcement was to help supplement Hunter in his duties as well.
to help take some of that off.
To be
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
I'll be back.
Not just check grass and unsightliness, but supplement that.
yeah. Yeah, and I would,
To help with what you're saying.
yeah.
Right,
Yes.
so we're missing a piece of the puzzle, but we just said it was just grass and,
There are other duties in
right, there's gonna
that.
be other duties
Okay.
with that position, not just the grass and.
Sure.
Okay.
Just like it could be in there, like developers are coming in here that we're doing other stuff with that.
Hunter's in Little Rock, but he's in there at the training meeting.
Sure.
That guy's there to go and check the builders there, to inspect,
Yeah, and-
to make sure things are getting done properly.
And I know you're not asking this, but I want to make sure, and Mr. Bell is fully aware of this, we spoke to him this morning, it's just Danielle and I, no, yes, to your question. 2, Hunter is not this person's boss. There's a director,
It's still
there's
something.
Hunter and this person, which is not your question. So, because I don't want to put one, that's not his position that he's in.
well, and they can only help so much because Hunter is licensed in plumbing and electrical, and this other person
Yeah,
only.
there's certain things
Yeah.
that he or she.
That's
would
what
not
I was
do
implying,
at
with
all.
all due respect, Brad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, so he's good to go, hire your
Amy.
animal control officer, and then we're gonna kind of hold off and let you guys, and I think Tom's willing to work with us, me and Danielle, about salary, things like that.
And this will also be part of the conversation Thursday night,
Yeah,
because it's
Yes.
financial,
yes, exactly.
so it's not like.
I mean, we shut down the fire department's plans the first year because we were broke.
Yeah, I, like I said, I know this is just horrible timing as far as, like, I think Mr. Meeker said it correctly, the climate, the financial climate that we're in. So I understand that completely. I really didn't expect, everybody to go, oh, let's hire another employee. But to get animal control busy and correctly and under the right guidance, that's the right thing to do, for sure.
When we've had this discussion on the code enforcement officer, I'd like for y'all to tell me why it shouldn't be a firefighter.
That shouldn't be a firefighter.
I think it could be a full-time firefighter, ready to go, and be out there going after unsightly things. And
We
that's.
talked about that before.
Yeah.
I don't,
There's a lot of communities this falls under
Nothing,
fire
I'm not
marshal.
saying.
This fire marshal has,
It's the building inspector
for,
more than the code.
it's both.
good discussion.
When you're in a small town, you wear several hats. And
Fully aware.
we get more by wearing those several hats.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, I think you need a motion for the other
No.
part.
No action.
You good? All right. Thank you. Planning, confirmation of planning commissioners to term renewals. By the way, Sonny's not here because he is attempting to be back at work. He attempts every day, and he had hip surgery replacement, in case you're not aware. One day he came in sweatpants, and I said, go home. But he's trying hard to be here, and he comes in and spends time, and then he can't do it anymore.
One thing real quick, it's kind of bugging me about that, the splitting of that position. Do we need a motion to allow the police department to just have animal control?
That's what I was
I
asking.
mean, because right now, it could end up being both still, and that's not what police.
So I would entertain a motion to allow.
And that motion to move animal control to the police department.
Second. Motion is second.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
So what, just I don't understand, I'm gonna vote no. I don't think it matters.
You're voting no?
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. Tedford? Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Passes by majority.
Thank you. Chief, do you hear that? You got you've been blessed.
Right.
Mr. Michaels.
All right, we've got 5 commissioners that are up for their terms. We're just reauthorizing them. It's Reagan Clements, Chairman, Travis Bartlett as Vice Chair, Randy Thompson, Colt Rogers, and Tanya Taylor.
Have you checked with Randy? Is he still good to go?
They've all said yes.
I thought he had an issue. Okay.
Yeah, we
Good.
reconfirmed at the last planning commission meeting.
Good. I was thinking he had some issue.
Has there been ever any discussion about some sort of stagger system over there, so you won't have 5 at one time?
There is. It was overlooked. There's several of them that expired in 24 and some in 23.
Isn't it, I think our bylaws say 2 to.
They've been expired, they
Sure,
just didn't know. So, this has got to reconfirm them, that they are staggered.
So,
Mr. Brown.
legislation that's came out of there, people that weren't actually on the board, what kind of legalese is that going?
He got retired of this.
Well, usually they are on those things until somebody
So,
realizes.
so we're renewing these, but they're all gonna fall back into place where they're staggered.
Some for a year, some for 4, 1 for 3, 1 for 2.
I'm
whatever.
assuming that if we
No.
reconfirm one today, that
It's
they're.
so many years each, is what it's taking.
I'm saying they don't all start like now, and then 3 years from now, we gotta renew all 5 of these again.
They fall into their category.
Yeah, we're just correcting,
We're
we're
fixing
correcting
our
it.
mess up.
Like that.
Thank you.
I'm with Tim. How legal is all their decisions if they weren't there? I mean, if they weren't official.
I mean, unfortunately, this has just not become public knowledge.
Plumbers,
We'll wait for our plumbers to get back.
we'll wait till you get back.
Fix that real good.
Danielle was fixing to come get you.
Every time you go.
Oh,
Let me paraphrase this. We're renewing 5 people on the planning commission. I asked, how come 5 are up at one time? Why don't we stagger? And they said, well, they were staggered, but a few have been expired for a little bit over a year or 2. Maybe we just we forgot to renew them. The question was then asked, decisions made from said commission with folks that weren't renewed, what kind of issue we fixing to get into? If any.
What does our ordinance say?
Gosh. Great question.
That's the city attorney.
I think I've read them and it says they have alternating.
No.
Decisions that have been passed down through guys that have actually.
So in other words, somebody set up and made a vote and they weren't technically still on the commission because it didn't expire and we overlooked it.
You continue in office until replaced.
That's what I'm thinking it should say, yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
Thank you, attorney.
See, I'm on the Plus Commission. My term expired in January, but the governor has not made the decision to reappoint.
Yep.
But I am still able to serve
So-
until such time as I'm either renewed or replaced.
So I was told that exact same answer. I'm on 2 governor appointed and not been reappointed, but yet they said, until when we call you, you're still on there.
Exactly.
So
Is this body responsible for the appointments?
No. Who's responsible for those appointments?
We approve of.
They you approve them,
The council
They make
confirms them
recommendations.
after.
confirms.
Yeah.
But the commission itself, I think,
Recommends.
somewhat like water, wastewater, I think. I had it.
We sit down, I think we sit down rules for how the body operates.
One of the commissions, once they're in place, I think it is water, wastewater. It's all on them. I don't appoint,
Yeah.
it's all on the commission. I think, I don't know if that's the same.
It's not, you have a deal, you have a parking, appointing new members.
Is there a way we can defer that and let the city attorney get back with us?
I'll-
Sweet
I'm gonna look
Moses,
up
no,
the-
let's approve them to get back on there ASAP.
Approval, I think
Let's
they
see
ought
what
to
the
do.
decision, just,
I would go out with my district. I'd go out on my little mayoral, and if indeed the mayor is to appoint, I would officially, if I can, reappoint those that need appointed by the mayor. And then you don't have to worry about those. I'll do that.
The council still has to reconfirm.
They have to confirm,
You can just
I bring it
appoint
to
them to
them.
the position and then council confirms your appointment.
which is the same.
Well, I make a motion that we confirm the 5 members for their terms and to be prorated to what they should be, if that makes sense.
So if one expired in 23 and they were running a 2-year term, they're up at the
At the end of the year, yes.
Second.
I was reading.
Say that again, Mr. Tudor, or Councilman Tudor.
I make a motion that we approve the,
5 members.
confirm the 5 members, but to go back to where they're in, to have rejoin where their terms are.
Yeah,
Target point in their terms.
yeah,
Very nice.
yes.
So if they got 23 hired and they're supposed to come off at 25, they're off after the end of this year, whatever, wherever, you know what I'm saying?
Or back up or whatever.
Right.
Yes, it's just corrective. This is correcting, putting them back like they were, blah, blah, blah. Yes. For 3 years, I think it is the terms.
Dare I ask who was in charge of
It's,
keeping up with
it's
that?
me. I think it's me. I don't remember. Sonny looks at it, I look at
Sonny
it,
has something
but I
else.
think it's me. This has happened before. It's just if you never look at the chart and don't even, things just go.
Well, unfortunately,
It's
the
very
thing is,
easy.
if there is any sort of litigation or lawsuit, the 6 of us ugly fat guys get to go talk to somebody and give out millions of dollars. That's the only problem. That's why I'm wondering, whatever. Old guys.
You meant PHAT.
It's not the first time we've had to sit in front of a judge.
Was there a second?
Yeah.
Mr. Rain, Councilman Rainwater?
Oh, we did?
Oh, Mr. Brown. I'd like for you to read that back. Because I'm not sure.
He confirms them, as long as they are put back into their terms like it's supposed to.
Right. Okay.
I don't know, I'll listen back
Do
on
we
it.
vote?
To it.
Do we vote?
No.
To rejoin their term where they're supposed to be is what I'm getting.
Correct their term of service.
Bob, can you just, I'm just kidding.
In their aggregate and egregious, oh my gosh.
It's agreed.
Mr. Brown, would you like to vote?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. Tedford? Mr. Powell?
Yes.
It's unanimous. Also, I'm gonna look at the ordinance, see what it says.
We'll get back to that.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Michael. Number 8 is water wastewater resolution of waive bidding on chlorine dioxide unit replacement. I know exactly what that is.
Got something to do with KHN.
Of course it's nice.
You're gonna say trial method?
Oh, she's a trial method.
Any questions? Actually, this is kind of Greg's last project he really wanted to get accomplished for the water treatment plant. It's just a different system. The system we have in there is 25 years old. And, normally, I don't like waiving competitive bidding, but this is the perfect candidate for it. It's I'm at a loss for words, but it's
Ideal to the contractor.
proprietary. This is where that's what it was. Proprietary. We're just shooting ourselves in the foot while it's up for bid. And it's probably $50,000 or $60,000, just not a big ticket item. It's types of projects go. Greg has a fellow out-of-state vendor that he was very comfortable with, picked out, he's given us a lot of information, made a proposal to us. And so we're just asking to waive competitive bidding.
I'll make a motion, we waive competitive bidding.
Second.
You approve the resolution then?
Yes.
Yes. Have a motion second to approve resolution.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Meeker?
Yes.
We don't have any sort of dollar amount at all, we don't have any clue, we're just gonna give it the thing.
No, I have a clue, it's a budgeted item.
Okay.
It's in the budget.
Yes, for 10.
But those numbers move a little bit, but.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Tedford? Powell?
Yes.
Greenwood?
Yeah.
Hey, Tim?
Yes, sir.
It's probably a little out of turn. Are you gonna stay all the way to the end of the meeting, or are you fixing to leave?
I was fixing to leave, but if I need to, I'll say.
Well, just, my neighbors complain about a lot of things. They complain about dogs, and they complain about a lot of code enforcement stuff. We don't have any code enforcement stuff. But they're complaining about, the Greenwood mine, that we have. And then they're talking about all the broken up chunks of concrete and trash out there where y'all redid the sewer manholes in front of the mine. And they said, if that doesn't look bad enough, it's hard for us to get you to clean up other people's stuff when you won't clean up your own stuff. And I said, okay, I'll pass it along.
I agree with you. That was an emergency repair, I think, that was made. That is a wastewater repair. But for some reason, it didn't get cleaned up the way it ought to have got cleaned up.
Sure, it probably wasn't in the contract.
I don't know. I think it was emergency repair, and it got done. I kept wondering why they didn't finish it, and right now it's so soft in there, you can't get in there. But either us or someone from the wastewater department will go in there and we'll groom that up and pick that stuff up. It's really a wastewater thing, but there's a lot of things going on with wastewater right now, and we'll help that get it done.
Around my Brian Rush's shop, which they also complain about. But they said, clean up your own stuff, and then maybe you can start working on other people's stuff.
Yeah, I don't know why. That was something Dalton had emergency repair done. I don't know. I said, why did they just stop? And ironically, about that same time, we had a monster leak going on in Park Heights, so we had a couple of things going on at the same time. And the same contractor helped us with emergency repairs. And I just said, why'd they stop? And I don't know if it was just, they forgot, and then it just.
Well, it just doesn't look good on our thoroughfare.
Yeah, it don't look good.
I think it's an ideal time to throw Tanya under the bus.
Yeah, that's fine, I've already wrote it down tomorrow. I'll go by and take a look, I'll find out who the contractor was, and I'll tell them to please get out there.
Well, I don't know, they've probably been paid for what they were hired to do, and
Okay.
I suspect, but it's a half day's work.
It was the contractor.
It was good, it was emergency repair job.
Y'all usually like good one and good one.
I do like it. I don't know if he was told that, oh, we'll get that, I don't know.
Just dump your trash and leave it.
I don't know what he was told, I don't know what their arrangement was. Oh, that's good, now we'll take care of it from here, it could have been a comment, I don't know.
I'd like for you to get my neighbors off of me.
We'll get it fixed. We'll get it.
All right, thank you.
I got a truck.
Number 9, council capital expenditure moratorium discussion. Do we really need to wait till?
This is just your formal, you kind of already gave the go-ahead, but it wasn't a voting meeting, so we have to put it on here for you to say you're okay to spend on the capital side, which is, it's not a material number now, like 300,000. So this was already discussed at our non-voting meeting.
Make a motion, we adopt it.
Second.
Adopt what?
Wait.
Reinstate.
Oh.
Reinstate, there you go.
The capital expenditure.
Motion.
Lift the moratorium.
Motion second to lift the moratorium.
All right, and that, who seconded it?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Meeker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
No.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
And Mr. Sanford? Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Pass by the board.
Thank you, gentlemen. Number 10,
we're just passing this.
Councilman Tedford.
It's in outline form, I've got to get some wording from some other ordinances.
So you want to table?
Table's fine.
Are you making a motion to
Wait a
table
minute,
it
we got to.
I'm making a motion to table this.
for 30 days?
Excellent.
I mean, I don't care.
I'll second.
90 days?
Mr. Plummer has something.
Mr. Tedford had reached out to me and asked me a couple times about this topic, so I was wanting to tell you what I found, if that's okay.
Sure.
So, what the question was, due to Mr. Tedford's employment, he might or might not be able to attend some meetings, and the question was, would it be feasible or legal for him to attend virtually? I've looked into it a little bit. Ms. Derry also asked me to look at it as well. So the FOIA statute says that, this is just a snippet, including without limitation copying through image capture, including still and moving photography and video and digital recording. So it would fall under FOIA. There's no exception that says anything about meeting attendance via Zoom, but if you go to the Civilpedia published by the municipality, they cite some case law and they talk about meetings via phone, text, or email. So it would be obviously a public meeting. We're talking about FOIA. It would be a public meeting, it would be a council meeting. So that's really not the question, but the Supreme Court has kind of opined on that, especially in Harris v. City of Fort Smith. Excuse me, that's not correct. City of Fort Smith v. Wade, that was a 2019 case, so fairly recently. They have no difficulty in concluding that FOIA's open meeting provisions apply to email and other forms of electronic communication between governmental officials, just as surely as they apply to in-person or telephonic conversations. It is unrealistic to believe that public business that may be accomplished via telephone could not also be performed via email or any other modern means of electronic communication. So that tells me that you could attend virtually, but I'd piggyback on that and say that the council, if they want to entertain that, you guys might try to consider adding something about it in your procedural rules that you pass annually. But aside from that, I don't see why you couldn't.
Well, I've looked at a lot of ordinances, and some of them limit the number of regular council meetings that you could do it to maybe 2 a year. But in the case where it's a special call meeting, my travel will take me out of state quite often, and I might not be able to make it for a call meeting. So there might be a provision in there to say, due to whatever limited reasons we have, you could vote to allow somebody in on the meeting electronically. But, you know, I'm all for putting in limitations and things like that, but I just haven't got it all over yet.
Well, that would be for you guys, really. I don't think there'd be any problem with attendance virtually.
We did it during the COVID deal.
And Charlotte brought me was it a resolution or ordinance?
Resolution.
It was a resolution you guys passed during COVID. Of course, that was a different circumstance, but there's nothing in FOIA or in the state statutes that indicate that you can't do it.
So we just need to put our procedural rules on the agenda for next month's meeting and then go through it and add what we want to add.
Put a provision in, a section in it.
Yes.
About
So-
what's coming.
I mean, we've got the technology.
Right.
You know,
So Charlotte, can we add that to next month's meeting?
Is that all meetings or special call meetings only?
That's what I think.
any meetings.
Any meeting?
Well,
Because we just passed the procedural rules for the special meetings.
Well, that was for
agreement.
That's just
That's
special.
for specials, but what I've seen, it would apply to any public meeting.
The ones we have at the beginning of the year, the procedural rules is the one we're referring to change.
Is
To put a section in.
would there be a limit to said?
Everybody, I've seen nothing, I mean, that would probably need to be addressed in your procedural rules, what you guys' threshold for that would be.
Let's put it on for next month, everybody think about it, and then we'll address it next month.
You wouldn't want to
And the
have
procedural rules.
have 5 guys on TV and 1 in person, make a quorum, that seems a little awkward.
Right.
Yeah, it does.
It does.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Travis, you may have seen this, there is some legislation being considered right now that addresses virtual meetings and that sort of thing. And what they're trying to do is figure out if, say, we had a Zoom meeting, how does the public participate in a Zoom meeting?
Right.
So it hasn't passed yet, it's in committee, but we'll probably need to know what that says before we decide on that.
When will that, let's see,
It'll probably be done by the time your next
Yeah,
regular meeting is.
so we'll just put it on for next month's meeting and.
So you're talking about a fully digital meeting? How?
Yeah, it was addressing that, and you know, anytime you address a chunk of it, well, it's gonna affect a little piece of it, like you were just talking about.
Well, because, not everybody has access to Zoom, and I guess that's what's probably.
Yeah, and there's some, okay, how does Bill Smith out there know what's being said?
My thought process on it was, is if we had our regular forum here, the public is invited here.
Correct.
We have it recorded on YouTube, we've got technology. If you had Zoom, which I think the city probably had a Zoom subscription back during COVID, I'm sure there's a record feature on that, so you could record everything that that individual or those individuals said. And essentially, somebody could communicate with them if they were here at the public meeting. So, as long as it's all retrievable after the fact, I think it would be legal.
And we have to get our internet fixed in this room before we can even do it, because like tonight, YouTube Live, I'm surprised it even worked at all, so we're having internet issues and we're trying to
We'd have
resolve
to make
it.
sure that we're top.
Well, my issue won't come until probably around the June timeframe.
We're having problems with the upload part, that's why we are having trouble with that. You could come down to us, but we can't.
All right, so it sounds like we're gonna table it for further discussion.
Well, Steve had made a motion to table this for 30 days, but then Rod then came in, there was no second, and then Rod came in and said that, no, let's go, add procedural rules and add a section for allowing this.
Well, I seconded it, so I'll withdraw my second.
You want to table, Mr. Tedford,
30 days. And do that.
for further?
Or to bring the procedural rules back and add a section in it.
I've already asked for the procedural rules to be added.
He did.
Is that what you want, Steve?
So I'll second Ron's procedural rules.
I second
Oh, you did that? That's right.
Okay, good for you.
That's good.
He's got a phone in his back.
Mr. Tedford, would you like to second?
I just can't get invested.
You gotta speak up.
Mr. Brown, would you relinquish your second? So
I don't even know what's going on now.
Relinquish second.
With
Mr.
I'll
Tedford.
second that motion.
I've got a Rod and I've got Steve seconding, adding procedural rules to the next meeting. Mr.
Okay.
Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Maker?
Yes.
Terry?
Are we table, just vote to table this resolution?
No, this resolution's already adopted, it's just for your reference over here.
That was from COVID.
We've already got that one in place, and the reason I even submitted it is because we've got it, and it says only during emergencies we'll do that.
So what am I voting on?
Procedural rules.
Adding procedural rules in a section for allowing Zoom, kind of tabling this, and bringing that back next meeting.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. Tedford? Mr. Howell?
Yes. So Travis, you've already kind of done some research, so would you be prepared to kind of advise us to keep us from making sure we're meeting?
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Bob has mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go back and look at it, I don't know where it is.
You know
It's in committee and I saw
You
it
know the
before.
number, do you? The bill?
Barring,
Bill number.
barring any change at the state
I'll
level,
find
I
it.
think I would.
I think it would
It's
help us
HRIC
if we
too.
put something in, because it happens if anybody were ever handicapped in a way. Like Sonny was on the council, he's back here nursing his hip, he could be zooming in here and voting and doing things, and somebody could run for council that was handicapped to the point that they couldn't come.
Okay. Moving on. Number 11, resolution to amend budget for replacement of 2 mowers.
Yeah, so after I did what I did last month, I get to backtrack. After the last meeting, we started going through our stuff to get ready for mowing season. And two of the mowers that I had planned on replacing in '26 are now not working at all, and our mechanic says this is not the way to go. We've got one out of three that we have to work. And we use the riding mowers in the drainages, in the out at the park and ride, places like that. Some of the medians, like on Denver Street, we mow those with the riding mowers instead of the big tractors and so on. So to replace two, it's adding back 26,000. 816.56, two mowers from Myers Mower.
Jeff, what did you say you guys off mow?
When?
What all do you mow?
What all? Well, we're responsible for all the easements and drainages. So the ones that we can get to, we do. Retention ponds, park and ride, and then the smaller streets, we mow the right of way there. Pulling a tractor with a brush hog, I mean, when you got one lane on some of these streets, it just doesn't work.
And of course, this is your second year, third to mow center.
Yeah, this will be our third year to mow center. And of course, we've got the bat wing, and then we got follow-up, other brush hogs behind that we use too to get stuff where the bat wing can't get to.
The bat wing's a mower in itself, or is it attached to something?
It's attached to the tractor.
And we just moved all your money back. Is there money left in there?
No, this would have to be, you could change that original one, but this is not in the budget. And look, do you have a copy of these quotes?
Yeah, it should be in there.
Okay, look at the upper left-hand corner of that under date.
Oh, this 24. That's before tariffs.
I did ask for this early on, but I decided not to put it in this year's budget because I thought we could limp along another year.
How many of these are good?
Yeah.
It should be pretty close.
Well, it says Kawasaki.
Yeah, that's what kind of motor they've got in them.
Yeah, but aren't they not made here?
I don't know.
It's a Japanese company.
That's what a lot of the motors have in them now, is that Kawasaki.
They're in stock.
They're depleting stock.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about them getting on the ship to get over here. He's got them piled up there.
So, you think they'll still honor these quotes?
I think so, pretty close. If we want to give a limit of 30,000, I think we can get those both of them for that. Myers is pretty good to work with us.
I agree with that.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just fill you in. Okay, when I saw the date and I saw the quote, and I was making up this resolution based on what I was asked to do, I called Myers Mowers on those specific items. The DCUC, which is the Dixie Chopper, $13,999 now plus tax. The Cub, which is the CUE, which is the fuel injected mower, is $14,999 plus tax. The tax will run $1,049 for one, and the other one is $1,124. So your total right now is $31,172, which is $4,356.30 more than what the actual resolution's for. We could amend this resolution to be what they're quoting right now for both those exact mowers. One of which they can get, the other one is about 2 to 3, maybe even 4 weeks out before they would even have it available.
I appreciate you doing that. I'm wondering, did you talk to him today?
No, talk to them
Recently?
Whatever I said.
I'm curious.
I got an updated quote, but I didn't send it.
And it might be worth asking, and Mr. Councilman Terry echoed it, those folks up there, I don't know that they would, but it would be nice if they honored this quote. That'd be sweet.
Could be.
Oh,
Doesn't hurt to ask.
I'll talk to the owner. Ask
Billy,
him.
we're talking Billy.
Billy.
And I'm not saying he would.
That's a pretty significant amount of time.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's all.
Well, I know, but
They would have to eat a lot.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm saying because their costs.
tell him we really like Myers. I'm just,
Go talk to his wife.
Well, I mean,
there you go.
She's one of those.
I was just noticing on the Kawasaki one, I mean, it said list was 19, but they're selling it pretty.
They'd already given us a discount on them, so.
Okay, never mind.
But I'll ask Billy if he'll honor that one.
All I wanted to prevent was
Having
it
to come
coming
back.
back at a higher rate.
Yeah,
And then we
exactly.
have to be back here again.
Yeah.
If that date was like a month ago, it'd be different. But when I saw 8, I said, oh, I want to just check it in, because I know Billy, I used to fish with him, he was in the Fort Smith Bass Street, so I know him.
Can we keep up our mowing with 2 mowers?
Oh, maybe, oh.
I don't know.
I mean, with the side mower, the batwing, you said you had 1 lawnmower that's currently working.
Yes.
If we were to get 1 additional lawnmower and.
It would just mean that I would have a crew person that I don't have a piece of equipment for.
We got a street sweeper.
We inherited Center Street.
Right. And so I'm gonna have, summer help coming, and they're responsible for the weed eaters. So they weed eat, that's pretty much all, that's about the extent of equipment they can operate. So I have a full-time person that's on the mowing crew that will supervise them. But I've got another employee who mows as well on a separate crew. And so I just had somebody that didn't have a mower that we have to do something else with.
How old is that mower?
The one,
That's working.
it's 2 years old. It's in great working shape,
Jeff,
because I've used it myself.
if I maybe, and I don't, it's not something you probably want to hear necessarily, but if I hear Mr. Baker right, suggesting 1,
Yes.
and then you,
I can live with that, and
I'm
then,
just saying, you're a full-time guy, even though he probably wouldn't appreciate it much. Because you know as well as I know, and who do I call all the time during all of you? Not your fault, but I'm always looking at, especially dishes coming into town. Would it be feasible or make sense until you can afford another mower, machine, is to use that 4th guy to, that's a lot of weed eating to do. Because one, I know you can't get down there with it, even with your batwing.
Yeah, there's a lot of places you can't get.
Across from, right there by Westwood,
Mhm.
batwing or no batwing, somebody's gotta get.
Somebody's gotta get down in there on that,
So I suggest that you could keep him busy.
doing something else.
Well, I would suggest that, I mean, you gave back
I'm not trying to.
almost 300,000.
Just
You
spending
know,
on the
if we
street.
could take 10%, pull back, or reallocate 10% that he gave back to these mowers. I mean, you just gave back there, that resolution, gave back
To get them both.
2,999, 258.
Ralph, I failed to mention one thing. When we get the calls about people who haven't mowed their lawn, we're the ones that get to go do it. So,
And the store credit.
and we've got store craft as well. So,
Somebody may or.
well, yeah. So that's another thing that we've got that we routinely do. There's several places in town that people don't live here, and so we mow it and then send them a bill.
So how would that be to reallocate 10%?
How does that affect the resolution you passed earlier?
Right,
I mean, you're buying, we just committed money to buy a street,
right.
turning lane, and
That was 271. So
I
if we-
mean, this one would just put that much money back in coffee.
I didn't know whether,
I think.
or whether you have to make a redo a motion.
No, I think the other resolution, give the entire pot of money owed back over to CSCT. And this one puts just that much money back over into street capital expenditures, I guess, or.
Well, we would push back from city sales and use tax, we would withhold that amount of money back into the street.
In reality, that's how it would go.
But there is other money in city sales and use tax as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so So we're not really,
Well, your Teflon comes out of the street.
right,
Yeah, this is just coming out of the street, so it's
Right,
two different
so-
pots of money anyway.
it is, that's all.
That's why I was just gonna amend the budget for it and just add that in there and keep the other the way it is. But if you wanna just withhold that amount of money from the transfer,
You're asking,
That's what
in
he-
essence, you're asking, do you want to use city sales and use tax money for this?
he wants to not transfer 299, but withhold the amount of money.
Oh, well, then you're using tax money for this and not just street money.
Street tax money.
That's the
road
difference.
tax, road fuel.
Yeah, all kinds of other revenue sources.
Yeah, all the
Not
other
just
revenue
city sales,
sources
just
outside
tax.
of.
So it's
city
up to
sales.
council, do they want to use the city, you know,
We could go either way.
3% or whatever?
Which is why I didn't know how legally you had to say, or do it, if that's what they want to do.
I think the resolutions speak clearly about it. I think.
You're on the agenda and need to change that. So, council.
I think we buy one more, that's where I'm gonna stand.
I second that.
Is that a motion? You get my motion?
Well, I mean, whichever one he wants off this resolution, the most expensive one, it doesn't matter. But, I mean, I've already, like I said, I went through about $675,000 we're spending. I didn't even count the bids we opened, sweet Moses, I don't know what they're at. So,
On the other side of that, the street project, you know, when they said that non-reimbursable utilities really wasn't necessarily all of ours. You know, so I mean, it could, if they're really fall down around maybe 250 instead of 300.
The ones that it does affect would be sewer and water, don't have to pay for their own deal. If they happen to have got
It
into
wouldn't
the
be
highway
street.
department's right away, that'll fall on them.
So we can come out of the restricted street.
Okay, do we have a motion or not? Yeah.
I don't know, I mean, I heard over this resolution before, but unfortunately, if y'all wanna do something with this resolution, it's as printed, go for it, and I'll speak my piece.
I mean, it wasn't a motion, but Ralph said, I second that. but-
I made a motion to approve the resolution, but just with whichever mower he
$1.
wanted.
Okay.
That was a new price.
All right, then that's a motion and a second, so.
Whichever mower that
We'll see what he's got on the lot.
Yeah, that might,
Whatever he's got there, I'm taking because I can't,
they're
I
probably,
can't not do it.
they're probably comparable.
Yes.
They are, and the thing about the Dixie choppers, they set up way high,
Yeah, I don't.
and they have a tendency to want to tip over.
They're great.
So that's the reason why I went
they have the Cub Cadet.
Cub Cadet, because
They're awesome on flat.
they're a lot lower, so.
So in other words, you're not gonna get him over for $26,000 or whatever
No,
it
that's a
is?
combination too.
Yeah, but I mean, he's saying one mower, you're not gonna go get him
Would it
over
be
for
feasible to
26 grand.
after-
one mower.
You're gonna get one of these.
Yeah,
Yes,
one of the
probably.
13 grand.
If
Probably the Cub Cadet.
If next time we get a more firm quote from the RDOT about the right turn lane, then they might be able to later on.
Revisit?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine with that. We'll make this work, we'll do it.
So the motion is one mower,
Yeah.
cadet.
The Cub Cadet's what I
That's
want.
the price you got. Right?
I'll amend the resolution.
Yeah.
By the way, Florida just refused it.
Did they?
Oh.
Oh, that's kind of recent.
65, 63.
I know they're in our team.
It's,
You want two more?
the motion is for one vote.
Yes.
Yep, Mr. Brown,
No.
Mr. Baker,
What was the? Motion is for one mower
One mower.
cadet. Yes. At the price that Tom checked on.
Yes.
Mr. Terry,
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater,
Yes.
Mr. Tedford, Mr. Powell,
Yes.
that's 5 majority.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Number 12, clerk treasurer resolution adopting AI and data security policy.
Well, it's just my name because DCR suggested that we adopt a policy like this, which will seminar. They highly suggest that cities adopt policy on this. However, in our department head meeting, there were some concerns expressed, so
Yeah.
I think we should just leave it where y'all can consume it and whatever. I mean,
I
I think restricting all AI stuff and having zero to do with government
Yeah, I want to echo,
Oh,
you want to talk on it, chief?
no, just my 2 cents.
No,
I'm not, I'm not.
I know you got a nickel's worth case.
Well, I'm not an IT person, but IA is a helpful tool that we all use. We already have an internet policy saying thou shalt not do anything wrong on the city internet. So I don't think we need another one saying, hey, don't use AI. It's helped me write 2, not me, but my team, helped us write 2 grants that we was fortunate enough to get, and I'm hopefully it's gonna help us write several more grants. So we use AI. It's a tool that we can use for research quickly, and I hope that we don't adopt this. I would like to know more, because if you got Google on your phone, you're using AI. If you type something into Google, hey, what's this ball game? It's using AI to get you the ball game information. So I'm not an IT person. They might have legit. I understand that there's a concern about stuff with IT. I'm not the person to talk about that per se, but I hope that we don't adopt this to where at the bottom of that it says up to termination for using AI. Because we use it. I know my team uses it. I know Casey has said that he used it. And it's a valuable tool that everybody's going to use. Your kids are using it in school, grandkids, some of you.
Well, it does have a definition for what AI is as it applies here. So it's not just broad really, but.
You're using AI now. If you're on Google, you're using AI. So
I got
You got a license plate for yourself for AI.
Stuart had Blake's on that, he's AI as we speak. That is not Stuart, she's wrong.
There's a lot of other things in here that need to be worded differently. Like, one of the things that says under use of AI solutions, pre-approved requirement talks about the city of Greenwood's IT department. We don't have an IT department. We have an outsourced IT service. So I wouldn't want to put approval in their hands, number one. And number 2, if you go to number 5, regulatory and legal compliance, this whole policy says AI use is prohibited. So nothing would be, none of the other things are applicable if you look at number 5. Because the last line says, currently there are no published regulatory standards for the use of AI, therefore all use of AI is prohibited.
Right.
So it's null and void
That's
the whole thing.
contradictory.
So there's a lot of things that we'll have to go back and talk about in vet.
Well, do you think we should have it?
I don't think we should have it. We already have a policy in place that says we won't do illegal things on the internet. We have you could audit it. You could have anything on our city computers. You could have somebody audit it and see if we're doing right or wrong at any given time. So we already got a policy in place that forbids us to do it. We should know better. I don't think we need this because this is a valuable tool.
If the council doesn't object, we can just say it was before them, they saw it, they don't want it, and we can just move on.
I might
No
not
action.
do that.
You don't even have to make a motion, just no action.
No action.
Sorry.
Thank you.
You can.
Good?
You vote on it, terminator's gonna
It's
show up.
more.
Sir?
So you vote on it, the terminator's gonna walk in the room, that get rid of it.
Right.
Is that
Okay.
okay? Keep going.
All right.
Sounds like it's going on.
Do you want to go back to what Bob was brought up?
Yeah, just real quick, we were talking about the remote platform for meeting, attending meetings. Charlotte actually texted me the bill that Bob was talking about. It looks like it's on the governor's desk. And it's actually the FOIA statute they're working over a little bit. And the things that stick out to me is that it looks like you can attend remotely. But the kicker is that if the governing body, which would be you guys, utilizes something like Zoom, and we would need to be able to provide reasonable access to any Arkansas resident to participate via the same platform that you guys use.
Would that be like a widely available, like it's a Zoom and not some Teams thing? Because
I think they use the word reasonable too.
It's a little man in your door, wanted to join, we had to run down there and get his laptop set up.
Go to the library.
To participate.
Why are you doing it?
It's somewhere in Arkansas, it's all the way
If it's utilized by you
over
guys.
Clay Reeves.
Gotcha.
Is that,
Catfish capital of the world.
oh, I don't know if I really see a problem with that. I mean, if we we were using Zoom and they logged in through Zoom. We got somebody that wants to talk at Councilman Ford.
Usually, when you set up a Zoom meeting, there's an ID, like a link,
Yeah.
that you can send out so you can post it.
Yeah, on our Facebook page or something.
People could join, you can mute, essentially mute everyone but the council member. And then,
Corporation's annual meeting.
if anybody wants to speak or
We do this with AML
citizen
all the time.
forum, I guess they could.
That's
That's what's on the governance.
exciting.
Well, again, obviously, it would come in handy if we weren't able to be here, but I just still, it just seems dirty if all 6 of us were off somewhere randomly talking on a TV screen and people said that.
I think the general public, if I can be, I don't want to be, I'm not the bad guy, because I think, I understand where it's usable or not be needed. And I love that whoever brought up the fact that if somebody that's disabled, wanted to run for office and that never felt like they could come up here, they could be at home and take care of business. But the general public, which I have, that's who I've talked to, or, try to be open to, is, you could say, things like, I'm not talking about you, Mr. Tedford, but if you ran for an office, your obligation when you ran was to be at meetings, and I'm not saying, I understand. So, it's always there's always the public's thought process.
So,
Or are they at home, and I know we've already talked about it, are they at home without any ability to do anything? They're still have an 8-track.
So to Tim's point, when we go to talk about our procedural rules, we could maybe go in and establish a quorum to where everybody isn't a TV screen.
Yeah.
You actually had to have 4 physical bodies here to establish the quorum. I don't know what in state law, so.
You could participate via Zoom, so that you could vote, so that person could help to establish a quorum.
So what you're seeing, could it be that none of us show up and it's legal for us to have the meeting? Or would that be upon us?
It says remotely means through electronic means, including without limitation, telephone, video conference, or video broadcast.
I think the mayor would probably have to be here to convene.
Oh, great, so everybody can miss with me. Everybody can stay.
I like the idea of having an in-person forum.
Yeah, let me ask a stupid question. I watch a little TV.
Yeah.
You're like, so stupid.
It's easier than Zoom.
What if in the future, not Arnold, what if in the future, I watched a cop show the other night, and there was somebody pretending to be somebody, and they broke into that house. The police showed up, and there was nobody there. But the person this lady thought she was talking to was not that person, and he had AI'd himself.
That's why you need the AI policy.
For a better time. So,
Got to go back and
we think we're watching Steve Tedford, and it's not. I mean, I know that's.
No, it's not far-fetched.
I know.
We are there.
So all of a sudden, you got people voting that's not really you.
I look better than I am.
You're tied up in the closet, Councilman Baker.
I yelled near my wife, and I voted for it.
You guys set rules up for the Charlotte and you, and I even think him, remember we went through, we set what the expectations of what the elected officials were.
Right.
Well, like you said, attendance at meetings is really all we're supposed to do, besides take phone calls all hours of the night.
Right.
So I would say,
perception.
all we need to know is it okay if I can't make it, if I can come in digitally? And I really don't think all 6 of us are gonna form a coup and stay home and see what happens when we're on TV. Now, you could put a 6-box Brady Bunch deal up there, and,
we're already forming a coup down here on this end.
There is a coup.
Well, like in the one for COVID, we said that the mayor, city clerk, city attorney, and commission chair, if applicable, will be physically present.
Yeah.
Yeah. A few of us will be, always, or you can't have a meeting.
And that's in what?
That's the one we have,
What
that we
is
did
our
during
procedural
COVID.
rule?
No, it was our policy that was created during COVID, to have meetings, remote meetings. We said that we all were here, remember? We did a couple of those.
Yeah,
And had a lot of pizza.
well, we got a month to figure it out.
Okay.
We go through our procedural rules.
Thank you.
Well, we just, what Travis was pointing out is that is allowed now in oil law, if the
Charlotte,
governor
did you
signs it.
send that code thing again too, so we could look at that?
It's in your packet.
Oh, it's in
It's,
there.
yeah, it's number, labeled number, whatever it is on here,
Number 10.
The code is attached.
Oh, okay, great.
That one.
not 12.
Well, we can discuss it then, yeah, when we do the procedure rules.
Yeah, it's at number 10.
Number 10, number 10,
Circled
great.
at the top. It's there so you can see what we already had in place.
Ready to move?
Yes.
13, resolution TAP RTP sidewalk improvement project phase 2B. Mr. Michael. 2B.
This is a pretty simple resolution. I'm just trying to get your authorization to apply for the TAP grant for this next fiscal year.
Which one phase? You already talked about that.
Yeah, so we took what was phase 2, which was way too expensive, and broke it up into sub-phases that were a little bit more digestible. We're about to take off with phase 2A, and hopefully, since we already have the entire project of phase 2 engineered, that phase 2B will take off much faster. There's no need for any acquisitions, that's already all taken care of. I'm requesting to apply for the full max grant of $500,000. It's an 80-20 cost share, so $100,000 would be the city's portion. I got an estimate back today from Craft and Toll for this phase of work at $450,000, so less than I thought, about 25 to 30 in engineering. So we're looking at around 500 project cost. So I may not need the full 500.
And not to muddy or muddle or whatever the term is, what he's asking you, but to reaffirm our, when we come to you and say this is kind of important that we act as quick as we can, that whole phase 2 was a little over $600,000 to my record.
Originally.
Back when, and tell us now what that is, if you did the whole thing?
It was like 1.3.
That's what happened in a couple of years.
So if this goes based upon our past, this might affect the budget 5 years from now.
Next year. Next year.
Next year?
My hope. We don't have to do any extra engineering other than confirming some on-site utilities. The general alignment's already done. So, no property acquisitions on that portion. No easements to get.
The bar's set pretty low, so you're really exceeding it.
I don't want to go too fast.
Yeah.
Phase 3 due after this.
Also, the due date for the grant is this month.
I'll make a motion, we adopt the resolution.
Second. Motion is second to adopt.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. Tedford?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you, gentlemen, thank you, Mr. Michael.
I love this moving along, let's keep it
We got
going.
department reports and questions from council. We got AI, Chief Brian. Thank you for staying. Tanya, got Terminator, and Casey, of course, and the chief. And Jeff. Questions for these folks?
Yes,
The first time I'll-
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, with this last rain we got, I had somebody ask me about sandbags, or whatever out there, and I was wondering if
We had some made, we put them inside recycle centers because they wind up going to people's pools, and we would make 100 and they would be gone the next day. So we decided to secure them, they're available, and we can make more on the side if we need to. But they are available to everyone.
So how does, I guess a citizen get to them then if they're in there? Which I agree with what you're saying, but how do you get to them?
Well, during the day, the gates are open 8 to 4, so they just drive through the recycle center just like they would. Now, if there's an after hours request, and we can fulfill that too. Just come in.
So just go to the recycle center?
Yep, that's how, and we got a little sign on our main building that says, go over there to get sandbags.
I have another question on the I just pertain to the curb, that street construction there, you know,
Mhm.
I mean, is that considered a collector street, you know, going into the subdivision or the development?
Well, that part of it's gonna be a main thoroughfare. Everything else is gonna branch off of it. So it's gonna be a primary for that subdivision.
Hunter, I'm not saying you don't, you know, is that what you know?
I believe it's gonna be considered more interlocal. It's not adjoining anything other than the one principal. It doesn't have any other subdevelopments tying into it that would deem it a collector. So you've got arterials, collectors, and then local streets. That would be more of an interdevelopment local street.
The main thoroughfare through the curve you're talking about?
Yeah, so that's Clarence Way, from Center Street to Cedar Valley. It still would be, I think, by standards, considered a local street.
What's the width of that?
It wouldn't have to go out to a 70-foot wide.
But it's still have to, if it's a local street, it's still have to have a certain, I mean, like on the, in the streets, guidelines, whatever, they have a certain compactness and all that, does it meet all that?
The street standard is the same for all delineations of streets, yes.
Yeah, but that's not compacted, I don't know what it is. Out there. I mean, I could not meet. And we're on that, right, gentlemen?
Yeah, we're inspecting the pours
Okay,
every time they go out there, the pour, and we've already done the drive, that you do to make sure it's compacted.
I don't want to.
They run a dump truck full of, a load full in a dump truck, and if you don't have any movement, then you're okay. And usually where you get the movement is over towards where the curb could be.
I see.
But if there is any, then they have to go back and recompact that when we test it again.
Hey, would you give them an update of what you know, because I know your library bid and all that stuff, or can you?
Yeah, the bid has been opened, it was less than we thought.
Less than 5?
Yeah, and so it's gonna be in budget, looks like, so, with that road going through, that's kind of the first phase for them to get in there too, so I think he's got just a little bit more to compact for the site itself, but, once he gets out, then the contractor will take over.
What was the final price on the library?
Like 4.5,
Less than,
I want to say.
I think everybody was shocked.
Yeah, and so,
And it was Coventry?
yes. And then you've got your, your subs.
Sure.
The third GC.
And they've already, my knowledge, they already have ABAC secured. That's not part of that bid.
Yes, that's
Put in there, which probably.
They bought it ahead,
A few $1,000.
because they already knew what it was gonna be regardless, so.
What's AZAC?
HVAC.
HVAC, I'm sorry, I said ABAC, HVAC.
HVAC.
They bought the unit
Heat there.
for the heat and air before the project to lock in the price.
Huh, okay.
I was reading the notes regarding curb, reading the water, wastewater notes, and there was a discussion about turning up the water pressure and harming infrastructure. Has there been any thoughts on building a water tower closer to the curb and feeding it?
Yeah, but your mama's right there above it.
No, it's not been discussed in a public meeting.
I'm not qualified, but I'll let.
I mean, the next phase of the curb development will have to tie into Cedar Valley, and the subsequent infrastructure will tie into Shadow Lake's water lines, which are on a higher pressure plane, and they're tied into the tank that's just east, which is significantly higher than the curb.
We still got lines out there that are 6 inches deep. Because every now and
At
then they
Shadow
wash
Lake.
out of the ground.
At Shadow Lake.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. That's just the information we got from Hawkins Weir, that was a viable solution to increase pressure.
I know they had asked, it seems like the developer had asked us to pay for or bump up the pressure going into there, and I was 100% against it. I got some phone calls, and I said, absolutely not. Because the people that are also on that line that don't have pressure regulators, their houses are fixing to go, their refrigerator's gonna run water like mine just did when my pressure went up. I had to go in and re-put a whole new, my regulator went out, my pressure didn't go up. So I had to go in there and redo mine, so I got, once I got the water out of my house, then we were ready to live again. So
They're not turning it down.
we're not turning it up for,
Right.
That was-
What I was suggesting is if you had a water tower on that end where those water lines fed that tower, you could feed the pressure of the curve off of the water tower, so you wouldn't have to turn the pressure up.
it'll get there, like you said, once they get on in, it'll start coming off of that tower almost directly.
The solution for now is on-site pumps for the individual buildings.
Because I think Brom does that anyway with their own stuff, right? Doesn't Brom bring their own pump house with their buildings?
Not typically, no, but they have the capability to. So they had to redesign the mechanical room a little bit to account for the size of the booster pump for the 4-inch fire line. That was the issue, was fire suppression. The domestic and irrigation wasn't an issue.
Did we ever have to put out any money when it come out in the Indian Hills, where they done with the houses that flooded over there and then some of them sold out?
Oh,
The grant?
Yeah.
Yeah, have we expended any money on that?
Yeah.
The only thing we've expended would be appraisals, to this point.
So nothing has been done out there yet?
We're still waiting on authorization for the grant from
The
FEMA.
Doge freeze all that.
That's been set for a while, so I'm just on my mind.
3 years, June 10th.
Okay.
And the interest out there on it, if I may, has weakened, I guess.
I started off with 19, I'm down to 2. And the 2 were the ones that I had budgeted.
Okay.
You can understand if somebody's living there and their house got flooded again last week, they'll probably be interested in that, but it didn't.
Right, that's why I was asking.
You know, there are people there, I visited a gentleman in there the other day that I went to school with his wife, and they took $40,000 out of their 401k from the last time to fix their house. They have no intention of leaving, don't want, that's fine. They're there for life, so. The only thing I get regarding that complaint, or whatever you want to call it, is from a couple of folks that live out there, they're not worried about the houses, they're not wanting to move anyway. They keep asking about streets. Well, we talked about those streets being worse in town, if not close. But if we were being there and moving homes, it's not a good idea to overlay it and then go in there and do that. So I'm trying to balance keeping them, giving them a good answer, not saying, hey, we're never going to come and fix your streets as we haven't ever intent to, but we need to wait and see what happens with this FEMA grant.
I'll say that the grant that we applied for is no longer the BRIC grant. FEMA is not bringing that back, and the status of the grant moving forward is unknown.
So that neighborhood, unfortunately, and I know how I don't know personally how they feel, but sometimes they feel like, one, we're neglecting them because we haven't fixed the creeks yet, which we all know, we can't, because the Corps won't let us.
There's not anything that you,
And
we're
there's
already
nothing to fix. RDOT, I think, in
in
my opinion, did a lot of that for us. And two, they have these really horrible streets, so they're like thinking they're living where we don't even know they exist. That's hard.
If we take the creeks out, we're just gonna make a pond. It doesn't hold any more water value.
It's really hard when we just took $245 from each and every one of them to fix a problem in Maple Ridge. I have a question, and if you wouldn't move, because I think it may involve you. So Mayor, who is the single person in Greenwood that's in charge of easement and right-of-ways? Who's managing that?
I wouldn't say there is a single person. I would say I lean upon the planning department as a total, and or the street department, depending on what project it is.
So if I'm coming in to lay new fiber, Who do I go to?
Well, here's the deal, if you're heading where I think you're heading, what I don't like is to look up while I'm driving down to Sonic one day or the dairy and see a bunch of paint on our streets that are ours. I don't care about the paint, but all of a sudden we've got these companies laying fiber, and I don't know anything about it.
Okay, so back to who's the can we not have a single person? I know you're leaning on 4 or
They
5.
already call it, Hunter is who I.
Okay,
who-
that's why I asked you.
He's my guy.
So, okay.
But if he's, but what I told Hunter, I said, please find out for me who this is and why they're here.
Okay.
And one day it was fiber, and then the next day he went out and he said, it's a gas company.
Gas line.
Okay, so Hunter, now I'm
Yeah.
gonna ask him now.
Yeah.
So if I'm coming into Greenwood, I'm going to you to get permission, and you're asking me what at that time? I mean, are you?
There has never been a formal process for
Okay.
permits.
All right,
ever.
let's go to that. So,
Yeah, typically
can
nobody has
out of you,
permission.
can we get a formal process? And if this is the road, local road collector arterial, and we've got franchise fees that we make money on both sides, I would like to know that you're instructing them, you can run on the outside 5 feet. And we can see by what we looked at a while ago, there's reimbursable expenses, there are non-reimbursable expenses. Nobody even knows what's out there in these places. And it's important when we grow, when that local street that should be improved at some point, we don't have to pay for all this movement of stuff. And I know I've been watching it in the last month. I've been watching them go through ditches and.
I want to say that there is an ordinance that exempts them from permits as it stands now. I may be completely incorrect.
Well,
I think that I ran across that.
The only one that I know that we have is on street cuts. I don't think it addresses any of the other.
No, I think it's in one of the franchise ordinances.
Well, if it's an ordinance, fortunately, you're talking to the legislators right here.
Yeah.
And I'm one that would like to take a look at it. I think we need some control, because I think we're making a huge, gigantic, multi-million-dollar mess.
I would like to add to that the desire to have in ordinance the regulation that requires all new utilities to go underground so that we reduce the overhead utilities. So, I mean, that works for aerial apparatus.
Which we had a very small victory. I pulled in the city hall one day, and there's 2 poles, one's in the ground and one's not yet, or 3, right here, right here. And of course, I went right back to Hunter, and I said, who is that? And he told me, and he goes, they're not supposed to be doing it already, so he went out and stopped him, and it took a long time, and so they're guaranteed, and I guess they've already done, I don't think they've done it yet. They're gonna go underground.
It's under the road.
So they would go underground in front of City Hall, and as soon as they got across well, actually on this side of the creek, there's a pole up there, out of sight, out of mind a little bit, and then what you see on Joe's property is that new, who was that? Turner?
Oh, it was Bartel, I think.
Yeah, Bartel.
Yeah, so just happened to be here, so we were able to kind of nip it in the bud, but.
They didn't have to comply. I mean, they were.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, they literally had one picked up, and I said, Hunter, and he went out there and stopped him.
So our
Cheryl brought up a good point, maybe not, it's not an excuse, but it's probably might mean, it might be true, that the gas company and whoever that other one, who was it, that was doing?
Fiber optic.
Fiber optics, probably, I guess, went to RDOT.
And they thought it was a state.
That's still a state highway, I mean, it's not, but.
No, there's been, so the most recent example, AOG did not come to anybody that I know of. There was a fiber company that called me 2 weeks ago maybe, asking what our regulations were. We don't have any. He goes, y'all
That's
require
a bad
permits?
answer. That's a bad
He
answer.
said,
By the
y'all
way, they
require
didn't pay the
permits?
franchise fee of 4.25%.
So,
Yeah, we're talking about that too.
so if planning's the go-to department, and Hunter's kind of the go-to in planning, so maybe within the next 6 months, could this be something that comes out of your department before the legislative board, and we kind of get some regulations?
Yeah.
Because I'm afraid we're spending way too much money on mismanagement, kind of like Maple Ridge, and far too less with my friends over here in Indian Hills, who have been neglected forever. And if I went over and told them, we just spent $245 a piece on every one of you to go fix something over here, they'd say, you're crazy. You need to be thrown off.
You know, in that yard up there, man, are y'all done with this digging?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, this kind of applies to him, but I was up there, I was one of the initial guys that went up and checked out this house with the railroad ties and the trees coming out of the concrete drain. That's not how it was originally. When they built that house, that wasn't what that backyard looked like. And I say all that to say this, it's kind of strange that we're having to put a bill for something that we didn't even do.
That house didn't cost $245,000.
Oh, but it probably sell for that now, the way this area is overpriced. But I know that guy that lives there, or the guy that was the boyfriend of the lady that lived there, whatever he was, told me that wasn't how it originally was. It wasn't, that somebody came in and built that retaining wall after it had fallen in the first time.
Well, that was my first question. Who did this and
Yeah,
when did they?
that wasn't how it was originally.
And the people that own, and by the way, I don't want to remind, Danielle's not here to remind me. Somebody remind me to remind Danielle tomorrow to call the owners of the house to tell them that we're moving toward, we've made a little progress tonight.
Oh, already, I texted
You did tonight?
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. So.
I'm not saying it's the way to get out of spending money on it, deal, but it just.
But I'm thinking then that technically that water's gotta go somewhere.
Oh,
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that, Councilman Terry, because who knows, but that's the thing, who knows? But the point that V ditch, that concrete, it's a concrete V ditch, is there, and so that was, and the weirdest thing, I mean, it does this and then this, the water's not.
Well, it just comes out and makes a dead 90.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the water won't flow
No.
Absolutely, so it's crazy. Anyway, yes, sir.
And the other thing, whatever we can do, which should have been done before now, to fix that trail crossing where some kids don't get killed, that would be great. When they shut down that highway and we start running traffic down Main Street, it's gonna look just like Center. It's just bumper to bumper. And you know, Greenwood High School is really good about turning those cross-country kids. They run behind them. And when they run across that street, we're gonna get somebody killed.
Well, I will tell you, and I know, I agree with you, I've said this a lot tonight, I don't disagree, and I do agree with you. As it stands, at this very moment, all we're promised is signaling, that the trail comes up and it's signaled. I put in a suggestion, ever so, whatever you wanna call it, of what could we be, whatever they, if I said to them, tell me what it costs to put a tunnel, or tell me what it costs for us to put a bridge that we own across it. They're not gonna pay for all that. I'm not saying you don't already know that, but, I will call Mr. Wiley, I don't hesitate to call him, and I'll say, and he'll pass me down to our local engineer, and we'll probably meet over there and talk about it. But no, I agree, but do know it'll be like the turn lane, it'll be a shared cost. They may say, well, whatever you want to do to pass the.
If it's a shared cost like that turning lane,
Yeah, well.
$200,000 isn't worth a lot.
Right, I think they've already said what they're gonna do, and they're gonna signal. So if I ask
Talking
for.
about like push button, when the jogger runs up to it, he'll push a button, sit there and wait.
Exactly.
We specifically asked for hawk
To his
signalization,
point.
which whenever someone approaches that intersection, that signal goes off. It's automatic.
It's not a
It
push
senses the
No, it's a
person.
sensor.
Yeah, okay, so thank you.
But I agree with Rod though. I think I'd like to, Mayor, like you to find out what the cost would be to, either bridge or tunnel.
You know, the sensors are great, sensors fail, and sensors impede traffic. Tim doesn't like stop signs, much less.
Well, he's got his own turn lane now.
The sensors, even in Bayville, where people are adapted to those sensors, people get run over all the time. This is Greenwood, it's completely different than Bayville. There's gonna be a lot more folks get run over.
This council form, I was gonna give my laptop, it's
Oh, sure. Okay, you good to go in council form? Sure. Sure.
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
Anybody
I'll
else?
give a copy.
Now, we're technically in the department heads. Okay, council form.
601.
6-1.
This is just, do y'all have anything? Sean? Okay. This is just all of the planning related legislation that I could find back there. House Bill 1503 has already been passed and signed by the governor. It amends the law concerning municipal regulations, prohibits certain restrictions on the regulation of accessory dwelling units. So homeowners in Arkansas are now allowed by right one accessory dwelling unit to go on their property. If they can convert a shed, tiny home, an RV, we can't stop them. We can't tell them how they can do it. If they build a new one, it has to conform to building code. But they can convert a garage, like an interior garage of their house, a basement, they can convert any of that to an ADU, what they're calling it.
ADU stands for what?
Accessory dwelling unit.
And so a shed, it could be an accessory dwelling unit.
Yeah, it would obviously have to meet building codes if that is, continues to be a thing after some of these, but.
A separate water tap?
No, they're actually allowed to tie on to the existing infrastructure for the house, so they can tie on the sewer and water taps.
Yep.
Yeah, we won't get water bills off of it other than, I guess, usage.
They run a water hose?
No, I don't know about that. I don't know. There's a lot of this that, you know, hasn't come to me to review yet.
A lot of that's already going on, I just.
So right now, we have a process for that, but it's supposed to be conditional use. Let's see, next one, House Bill 1510's passed and signed. It repeals the city's planning jurisdictions. That's gone.
So we used to have 5 miles, then we went to a mile, and now we have 0.
Who cares, we never use them anyway. They never had any teeth.
Well, we could use them for subdivisions, that's it.
No, we
I
We never had to.
I have a plat sitting back there right now that we signed and authorized. House Bill 1754, this was sent to us by Municipal League, and it's titled The End of Zoning, Planning, and Land Use Regulations. And he lists 2 scenarios. Worst case, it effectively eliminates the ability to enact zoning, enforce planning regulations, or to implement any other law, ordinance, resolution, regulation, rule, policy, so on and so forth for land use in our city. Best case scenario is it makes it unnecessarily difficult to enact the exact same thing. We would have to list reasons for why we want these ordinances pertaining to planning and why it is abnormally important in comparison to the alternative.
Who submitted that bill? I'm sorry, go ahead. I was gonna say, who submitted that bill?
I didn't write that down. There are a lot of these that are submitted by Senator Hester.
Which one was that one, the number?
That one was House Bill
Somebody needs
1754.
to put a hog farm right next to the governor's mansion.
Well, some of these are gonna be able to do that. There was Senator Hester and Gonzalez, and.
Enzo is one that kind of,
Yep.
some of the lobbies enjoy him.
The sponsor of that one was Gonzalez.
Senate Bill 456 eliminates single-family zoning, allows manufactured homes in all residential zones. It allows mobile tiny homes in all residential zones. Fast tracks building permits, limits the amount cities can charge for permits to a maximum of $500. Fast tracks variance applications, alters the city's ability to zone, prohibits restrictions on residential uses in commercial zones. It applies to all residential zones. Applies to home occupations, parking lots, and design restrictions.
That hasn't passed, that's just what's on the floor.
Yes, the ones that I'm reading now have gone through all of the committees and they're getting to the end.
So a mobile home park could be put up by the governor's mansion.
Well, we don't have to worry about the jokes, but we can be put up right beside the Wilkinson's house.
They could be put up next to Waffle House and McDonald's and all of our commercial properties. Senate Bill 518 restricts the authority of cities to regulate in the floodplain. Requires that all cities conform to the NFIP, National Flood Insurance Program. So, for example, right now we regulate to a base flood and then 2 foot of freeboard over the top of that. NFIP just says you have to build a base flood elevation, so we wouldn't be able to require an extra 2 feet. And we also require right now that you have to submit a hydraulic analysis and flood study showing that you won't alter the base flood elevation by less than a foot, by more than a foot for all cumulative development from 2012 to present. We wouldn't be able to do that anymore. So that effectively right now we have made it difficult to alter the base flood elevation in Greenwood due to the amount of flooding that we have. That would go away.
So before, if you put a fat guy in a bathtub, all the water spreads out.
Ice.
Now-
Ice in a cup spills over. Yep.
That sounds better than a fat guy in a
It
bathtub.
does. Yes.
It's the same thing, sounds better though, I guess.
Senate Bill 571, no city codes or zoning on land or building owned by the county inside city limits. So a New Sebastian County Library, we wouldn't be able to, if they don't have code that requires sprinkler systems, we can't require them to have sprinkler systems, even if they're inside city limits.
Well, there's even a library bill going out too.
I haven't seen that one.
You have to do away with the library board.
Yeah, state library board, eliminated.
Yeah, they come up to that.
I got 2 more. Senate Bill 322 requires cities to accept third-party inspections and plan reviews. We already have that allowance, but we're not required to accept it. So what this does now is if I don't respond to a permit inspection request or a plan review request within, I think it's 8 to 10 days, it's considered approved through the Fast Track Permit Act, and then they can hire an inspector to come in and do what I'm supposed to do, or they can hire a plan reviewer who doesn't know our city codes, and we are required to accept their plan review from what I've read. So that's all subject to change. Last one, Senate Bill 445, this is a good one. This lessens the restrictions for electrical inspectors who previously you could really only be one if you had a journeyman's electrical license or jump through a whole lot of hoops, which I did. Now, if you can get licensed through International Code Council through their electrical inspectors program, you qualify for an electrical inspector's license.
And I can tell you that one is very specifically for one developer who may or may not have already been mentioned here tonight to speed up that process because he's losing money waiting on the city to inspect. And that's exactly what that's for.
So that was
So
probably.
thank you, Mr. Happy,
Probably not the next group.
for that report. No, that's good information. So I would encourage you, as Hunter probably is, to call all these things. We talk about it at AML when I go for a session up there, and they fight hard. But if you don't make a call to your state rep or your senator, you got to do that. And whether if they're on the governor's desk, it's too late. Probably.
2 of those that I know of.
It is too late.
Too late.
If they're not, then you still got a chance of stopping some of this craziness.
Yeah, they're adding new ones every day.
Yeah, it's like, hey, what can we do that it makes no sense whatsoever?
Get rid of all those.
They also got one which is nothing but not devastating, that they want mayors and city clerks and treasurers and you guys to run
Partisan.
Partisan.
You have to register whether you're a That's on there.
So.
But the council can every 2 years pass a resolution they don't want to do that.
That's right.
But you gotta do it every 2 years.
To think that that's important to a city is because I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat sitting here or there, you guys fill the same potholes. It's
Yeah.
nonsense. It's just,
Anyway, we make it big.
Exactly.
Well, plus, we could make that happen. We could vote, whatever, to make that happen.
It can.
It's already possible. This is just complicating it further.
The goal this year from legislation is to make things as complicated as
We're getting to the point where we're not even gonna need the code enforcement person.
It's getting there. If truly those passed, there wouldn't be a lot of.
Still have to mow your grass.
Still gotta mow
Yeah,
your
you
grass.
do the grass
Cops are driving around, they can take care of
maybe an abandoned vehicle.
Back to you, chief.
Mow around your vehicle a lot.
Right.
You still have to mow around it.
It's late, and I
Yes,
know this has been good, for sure. Any other forum you guys want to talk about?
Just want to welcome this time.
Yeah, well, yeah.
They're always this late, sorry.
I may not stay for everyone, but I did the first one.
We have that option?
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you read that?
She's watching everybody else leave.
Those guys been here long, they don't care. They just leave.
I can't.
Hoping we
for
get
this
fired.
one night.
Yeah.
Y'all did have some questions they could have answered if they would have stayed.
You what?
Y'all had some questions up there that they could have answered if they'd stayed.
I know, that's true. I do want to say real quickly, thank you for those that were able to attend the other night to our ribbon cutting. It was, in my opinion, it was a great night, not because I spoke, but because it was a great night. The people
Went
that-
34 minutes and
I did, yeah, I did. 34, and I could have stretched it, but I didn't. Well, I did a little bit, but, it was a great night. There was over 80 people there. All the folks that are gonna enjoy this new facility were there. They're very happy and excited. If we can get them in within a month, I'll be tickled to death. Things are clicking along. Chief has threatened me to shut it down one more time. I said, look at him, not really, but, so there's some couple of grant folks who got it, or somebody's got to show up and make an inspection along with Chief and Hunter. But it's looking nice. We did get donations. I said in my speech, but we got donations from Farmers Bank for $1,000 for landscaping. I got 4 rocking chairs from Jaegers to put out front, which is really cool. And we've sent a letter of request of anything to Walmart and heard back from them. I think we sent somebody else one. But if you get a chance, I mean, it's not open yet, but certainly we'll let you know when we do get out there and cook a meal, the first meal, and make we had a piano player, we had, I can't think of his name, the gentleman that played over the center all the time, he was there. James Owens, thank you.
Plays at Minos too.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's all about ear. He's an amazing guy. Yes, sir.
One more, and I'll be
One
done.
more.
For your budget study sessions, if you would kindly do me the favor of considering that drainage study. I feel like that's kind of been the topic of tonight.
Number one thing on Steve's list.
I know it is on his.
It's really not.
Wasn't that 75
You're gonna have a
grand or
hard time.
78 grand to just start it?
73.
That was to get the study done. Yeah,
The initial?
yeah, it didn't, the study doesn't do any like physical work, it just gets the data compiled and puts together something that we can compare future studies to.
You mentioned, if I caught it right, you're already having second thoughts of maybe using Olson.
Yeah, the individual that I was dealing with originally, like him,
Yeah.
their company got bought out by another company.
Okay. So
And I've contacted another individual to give me a price.
So we could waste a lot of money if we start trying to piece this thing together and we get halfway through the puzzle and then all the pieces fall apart.
Yep.
So we need some good management to make sure that we don't waste a lot of money because it's an expensive overall project in multi-years.
Yeah, I intend for policy to be implemented alongside the study. That was part of what I requested with the new individual to help us out, was to assist us in creation of good policy practices that are used in Northwest Arkansas as well to effectively manage our stormwater.
And as critical as I was tonight, I still appreciate you did a great job, and you're articulate, well-spoken, you understand what you're doing, and we're very fortunate to have you here. I just want that to be as public as I came out with earlier. I do appreciate you. And, our conversations have been good. And I think we understand each other sufficiently well. So I understand my frustration, and I'll understand what you go through.
Yeah, I was out at your house when it was raining that night, helping, I think your wife was out there.
Yeah.
It truly is.
Hunter, you're still moving forward on formal training and planning related stuff.
Keep up the good work.
One thing we need to know about all this drainage problem is always with new construction. Always.
Every action, there's a reaction.
Get rid of the trees.
All right, good meeting. Appreciate everybody.
I make a motion to adjourn, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you don't have to, if you want to use them, but I would use them. Oh, yeah. Whatever choice you make.
There you go. I just get your turn.
Well, I didn't get it from the one.
On the street.
It's already been out me for years.
Hey Travis, you gonna have any free time? Maybe get a day that you're free.
Yes, sir. Put it on board.
I used to be able to tell people, about the first 10, I said,
Maybe you can get.
Next thing I know, yes.
We were on their own.
We get fired by them.
That's surprising.
It's
Got to put the day shift down.
just, the other thing that's not really
We'll see. We'll tell you what you want to know.